Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, Minister of Environment and Water Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datuk V. Valvan Velu, Director of Manufacturing Industry, Science and Technology Sector Division, Economic Planning Unit of Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Insinyur Dr. Siti Hamisah Tamsir, Secretary General of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Professor Dato' Insinyur Dr. A. Bakar Jaafar, the Chairman of Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center MGTC, Technologist Shamsul Bahar Muhammad Noor, the Chief Executive Officer of MGTC, Honorable Excellencies, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategy Lab 2021, held in conjunction with the International Green Tech and Eco Products Exhibition and Conference Malaysia 2021, or in short, the virtual IGEM 2021. Before we begin, me, Hamad Ainuddin, is honored to be here as the Master of Ceremony for this virtual Hydrogen Forum. Hello to all delegates. This International Hydrogen Economy Forum is the first and the foremost inaugural hydrogen event of this scale to be held virtually in Malaysia and is supported by the Ministry of Environment and Water, or in short, KASA. It is co-organized by the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center, MGTC, and supported by our various partners. This forum is also organized as part of the IGEM program. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the series of activities of day one of this event. First, we will begin with the welcoming remarks by our Honorable Professor Dato' Insinyur Dr. A. Bakar Jaafar, the Chairman of MGTC, followed by an opening speech by our Honorable Dato' Seri Tuan Ibrahim bin Tuan Man, the Minister of Environment and Water. Then we'll be having a short video montage on the International Hydrogen Economy Forum before being followed by 3 Memorandum of Understanding or Cooperation Exchanges. And then we'll be finishing off the day with 2 roundtable dialogues with very interesting and refreshing topics that relate to hydrogen. To begin our day, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Murshid Muhammad Kashfi from MGTC to recite the dua. Please welcome Mr. Murshid.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day to all. Let us start our prayer recitation with Ummul Kitab Al-Fatiha. A'udhu billahi samil alim minash-shaytanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina غير المغضوب عليهم. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim. Praise be to the God, the Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who follow his example till the judgment day. Allahumma ya Allah, on this blessed evening, on this blessed morning, in conjunction with the International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab, we beseech thee and grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessings to us, your humble servant, to live in safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear of event that was detrimental the progress of this event. Ya Munzil al-Barakat, bestow peace to our beloved country Malaysia. Preserve us from any threat and disaster, neither man-made nor natural disaster. And to you, Ya Allah, we ask for security and prosperity upon us, our leaders and our country. Bestow patience in us in order to face the challenges from you. Please accept our deeds and please reward us accordingly. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من البرص والجنون والجزام ومن سيء الأسقام. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين يا رب العالمين.
Amin, amin,
Thank you
ya
very
Rabbal
much.
Alameen. Thank you, Murshid, for the dua. Hopefully, everyone will benefit from our event today with his blessings. It is hoped that we gain beneficial knowledge and impactful barakah throughout the 4 days of the event. Next in line, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato Insinyur Dr. E. Bakar Jaafar, Chairman of MGTC, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim bin Tuan Man, Minister of Environment and Water Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Engineer Dr. Zaini Ujang, Secretary General, Ministry of Environment and Water. His Excellency Mr. Hiroshi Oka, the Ambassador of Japan in Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Amar Dr. Haji Abdul Aziz bin Datuk Haji Hussein, Chairman of Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. Yang berbahagia Tuan Haji Abdul Hadi Datuk Haji Abdul Kadir, General Manager of Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. Yang berbahagia Datuk Eng Aun Hui, General Manager of Vision Holdings Berhad. Yang berusaha Mr. Daiji Kojima, General Manager of Mitsui and Company Malaysia Sdn Berhad. Yang berbahagia Datuk Abdul Rashid Musa, the Group Chief Mobility and Innovation Officer, as well as President Aerospace Division of UMW Berhad. Honors guests, our distinguished moderators and speakers, our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in our first ever International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab. Praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Lord of the worlds, the Beneficent, the Merciful. We are grateful to Allah for His blessings that we are able to gather here this morning for this very special opening ceremony of the International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Workshop with the theme Visioning a Hydrogen Economy for Malaysia. On behalf of the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Centre, MGTC, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome and offer our thanks to you, one and all, for taking the time off to attend this morning ceremony. To our international guests, selamat datang and welcome to the International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab or workshop that is held in conjunction with the virtual IGEM 2021. It is my great pleasure to deliver this welcoming remark at this auspicious event, International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab, with the theme Visioning a Hydrogen Economy for Malaysia, co-organized by the Ministry of Environment and Water, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Centre, which is held from 27th to 30th July 2021. I would like to take this opportunity to convey our gratitude to Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim bin Tuan Man, Minister of Environment and Water Malaysia, for his presence this morning to grace and officiate the forum and witnessing the announcement of Memorandum of Understanding and Memorandum of Cooperation between Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation and its strategic partners. Our sincere gratitude goes to the Ministry of Environment and Water for being the co-organizer with MGTC for this memorable event. in shaping the future of hydrogen economy pathway for Malaysia in order to catalyze the nation's green economy and to expand upon our climate change agenda. And of course, I should offer my sincerest thanks to all strategic partners in concluding collaboration with us, our important industry players and participants, many of whom have supported the International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab that is being organized as a large event for the very first time in Malaysia. In the last 24 years, MGTC has established itself as an agency in charge for catalyzing green economy and green growth in Malaysia, as well as for spearheading various initiatives under the climate change portfolio. We are confident that organizing the National Hydrogen Economy Strategic Lab in a virtual international green tech eco products and exhibition platform could bring together various players in Malaysia and overseas in order to promote hydrogen energy technologies as future solutions and create new green energy business opportunities in order to tap into the fast ever expanding ASEAN and Asia Pacific market. The International Hydrogen Economy Forum is aimed to provide insights and ignite discussion among the policy makers, industry players, technology providers, and end users on the local and global progress of hydrogen generation, storage, distribution, and fuel cell technologies development and deployment around the world. We are looking forward to listen to our Honorable Minister of Environment and Water's address in his opening speech, announcement on Memorandum of Cooperation ceremony, and valuable presentation and dialogues after my welcoming remark. For the next few days, we'll be delighted to learn from the various presentation and dialogue sessions to be delivered by our prominent moderators and speakers. Throughout the forthcoming 4 days of event, participants shall discover new opportunities and interests generated from the most anticipated 6 roundtable dialogue sessions along the following topics. First, hydrogen economy from the perspective of economy, energy, and the environment. Second, hydrogen economy for global sustainable development. Third, strategic implementation to expedite hydrogen economy. Fourth, hydrogen as a fuel in transportation sector. Fifth, demonstration of hydrogen technologies. And sixth, not the last, hydrogen value chains development. Our panelists would offer their perspectives on various aspects of the hydrogen economy, including the national policies, aspiration towards transformation of energy landscape, industry development and climate change mitigation, and other measures that lead to the initiatives of various states and cities and communities to undertake toward their respective low-carbon plans, programs, and targets. And in addition to that, global policies, strategies, and roadmaps to drive the hydrogen economy and case studies of demonstration projects, latest technologies are among topics of various presentations, and the audience are not to miss out. On the last day of the event, the forum will be concluded with a strategic lab which will serve as a platform for stakeholders to discuss envisioning the future of hydrogen economy in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, strategic pathways supported by policy interventions are crucial to promote low or zero carbon hydrogen to be the cornerstone for the new energy economy. Therefore, it is very timely for the country to create the domestic market, boosting the demand before investing in hydrogen infrastructure projects. Venturing into hydrogen economy shall address numerous issues relating to our grid stability, security of energy, and sustaining international commodities trading, reduce dependency on fossil fuel imports, and thus decarbonize our economic activities. The various sessions for these 4 days of events may enlighten us on the next course of action in order to fully realize the hydrogen economy agenda in Malaysia. I also would like to wish all of you a fruitful discussion at the end of all presentation, dialogues, and stakeholders discussion sessions in the Strategic Lab. Once again, our sincere thanks and appreciation to Yang Berhormat Minister for officiating our forum and delivering the opening speech. Our appreciation also goes to the entire working committees who have worked hard to ensure the program runs smoothly. Once again, I would like to thank all speakers, moderators, our stakeholders and audience for joining us. And I extend our utmost appreciation for supporting this event. Thank you and terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor Dato, for your welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, hydrogen is one of the energy carriers that is touted to be a game changer in solving our deep decarbonization conundrum, especially in hard-to-abate sectors such as oil and gas, industrial processes, and chemicals. This forum is aimed to help our participants initiate engaging discussions and learn from sharing of experiences from different organizations from different countries in enabling the hydrogen economy. Now, we'll step to our next agenda. I would like to invite the Honorable Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, the Minister of Environment and Water, to deliver his opening speech and thus officiate this event. Please welcome Yang Berhormat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera semua. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man wala. Yang bahagia, yang berhormat Senator Datuk Dr. Ahmad Mas Rizal bin Muhammad, Timbalan Menteri Alam Sekitar dan Air. Yang bahagia Datuk Seri Insinyur Dr. Zaini Ujang, Ketua Setiausaha Kementerian Alam Sekitar dan Air. Tuan Yang Terutama Oka Hiroshi, Duta Besar Jepun ke Malaysia. Yang bahagia Profesor Datuk Insinyur Dr. Abu Bakar Jaafar, Pengurusi Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation. Yang bahagia Tan Sri Datuk Amar Dr. Haji Abdul Aziz bin Datuk Haji Husin, Pengurusi Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. Yang bahagia Tuan Haji Abdul Hadi Datuk Haji Abdul Kadir, Pengurus Besar Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. Yang bahagia Datuk Eng Au Hoi, Pengurus Besar Vision Holdings dan Berhad. Yang berusaha Encik Daiji Kojima, Pengurus Besar Mitsui & Co. Malaysia dan Berhad. Yang berusaha Encik Chan Chi Wing, Pengurus Besar Wisening and Energy dan Berhad. Yang bahagia Tan Sri, Datuk-Datuk, Datin-Datin, Tuan-Tuan dan Puan-Puan, para hadirin yang dihormati sekalian. Alhamdulillah, pertama-tama kita panjatkan syukur pada Allah Ta'ala kerana pada hari yang boleh dapat kita bersama secara virtual dalam menjayakan apa yang kita berhimpun dengan tujuan tidak lain tidak bukan mencari dan mengumpul pandangan-pandangan yang baik dalam rangka gerak kerja kita. Memulakan ucapan pada pagi ini, saya memetik suatu ayat daripada surah Al-Anbiya ayat ke-32 dan 33. Firman Allah Ta'ala, A'udzubillahi minasyaitanirrajim. وَجَعَلْنَا فِي الْأَرْضِ رَوَاسِيَ أَن تَمِيدَ بِهِمْ وَجَعَلْنَا فِيهَا فِجَاجًا سُبُلًا لَعَلَّهُمْ يَهْتَدُونَ وَجَعَلْنَا السَّمَاءَ سَقْفًا مَحْفُوظًا وَهُمْ عَنْ آيَاتِهَا مُعْرِضُونَ. Maksudnya, dan kami telah menjadikan langit sebagai bumbung yang terpelihara dan terkawal, sedang mereka berpaling tidak memerhati tanda-tanda kekuasaan kami yang ada padanya. Dan dialah Allah yang telah menjadikan malam dan siang, serta matahari dan bulan, tiap-tiap satunya beredar terapung-apung di tempat edaran masing-masing di angkasa lepas. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, terlebih dahulu saya mengucapkan syukur kehadrat Allah Subhanahu wa taala kerana dengan izinnya kita semua dapat bersama-sama secara maya dalam International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab dengan tema Visioning a Hydrogen Economy for Malaysia. Saya juga ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Kementerian Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi MOSTI, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation MGTC dan Nano Malaysia Berhad di atas penganjuran bengkel strategi ini. Penganjuran bengkel ini juga merupakan kerjasama strategi bersama dengan Suruhanjaya Tinggi United Kingdom, Suruhanjaya Tinggi Australia, Kedutaan Sweden, Kedutaan Republik Korea, Japan International Trade Organization atau JETRO dan New Energy and Industrial Technology Development atau NEDO dan Malaysian German Chamber of Commerce yang akan berlangsung selama 4 hari bermula daripada 27 Julai hingga 30 Julai 2021. Tuan-tuan sekalian, acara ini diadakan sempena berlangsungnya International Green Tech Corporation and Eco Product Exhibition atau IGEM 2021 yang telah dilancarkan pada 22 hari bulan Julai 2021 dan sedang berlangsung secara maya sehingga Disember 2021. Dengan tema Redefining Sustainability, IGEM 2021 menyediakan platform kepada pemain industri khususnya untuk meneroka pasaran dan peluang baru dalam bidang ekonomi hidrogen yang berpotensi untuk maju teknologi baharu yang lestari. Para hadirin sekalian, International Hydrogen Economic Forum and Strategic Lab merupakan suatu usaha yang dianjurkan bagi mengenal pasti inisiatif teknologi hidrogen yang dilaksanakan oleh organisasi tempatan dan antarabangsa bagi memacu ekonomi rendah karbon, seterusnya mewujudkan potensi pelaburan baharu dalam bidang ekonomi hijau. Saya juga difahamkan bengkel strategi ini mengumpulkan penggubal dasar, pemain industri, pakar teknologi dan ahli akademik bagi mendapatkan gambaran keseluruhan ekonomi dan ekosistem ekonomi hidrogen dan perkembangannya di peringkat tempatan dan antarabangsa. Sesi libat urus melibatkan semua pemegang taruh dilihat amat penting dalam usaha negara memangkinkan inovasi berkaitan teknologi hidrogen. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, perancangan bagi melaksanakan ekonomi hidrogen dalam konteks tempatan perlu dilakukan secara teliti dan seiring dengan situasi ekonomi semasa. Pembangunan ekonomi hidrogen dilihat dapat memacu ekonomi negara pada masa hadapan dan bakal menyumbang kepada peningkatan ekonomi negara dan pencapaian matlamat pembangunan mampan atau Sustainable Development Goal SDG, merangkumi matlamat yang ketujuh Affordable and Clean Energy dan matlamat ke-12 Sustainable Consumption and Production serta matlamat ke-13 Climate Action secara lebih holistik. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, para hadirin, Kementerian Alam Sekitar dan Air juga menerajui usaha ke arah Malaysia Lestari 2030 di mana terdapat 26 inisiatif yang berteraskan 4 tunjang utama dengan pengukuhan governance, pertumbuhan hijau, kolaborasi strategi dan keterangkuman sosial. Pelan tersebut telah meletakkan sasaran 100 bilion ringgit sumbangan ekonomi hijau kepada keluaran dalam negara KASA atau KDNK menjelang tahun 2030. Hidrogen dilihat sebagai salah satu sumber tenaga alternatif yang berpotensi untuk sektor tenaga, industri dan pengangkutan ke arah peralihan kepada ekonomi hijau dan rendah karbon di peringkat nasional dan peringkat global. Berdasarkan kajian oleh Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia atau AREA bertajuk Study on Demand and Supply Potential of Hydrogen Energy in East Asia pada tahun 2018, di mana penggunaan hidrogen sebagai sumber tenaga kepada ketiga-tiga sektor tersebut berpotensi mengurangkan pelepasan gas rumah kaca GHG sehingga 20.6 juta tan karbon dioksida menjelang tahun 2040. Malaysia sebagai negara ahli kepada Perjanjian Paris komited terhadap sasaran negara dalam mengurangkan pelepasan karbon. Justru, ekonomi hidrogen berpotensi besar untuk menyumbang kepada sasaran pengurangan intensiti pelepasan GHG berdasarkan KDNK sebanyak 45% menjelang tahun 2030 berbanding intensiti pelepasan GHG pada tahun 2005. Para hadirin sekalian, kementerian ini mengalu-ngalukan sebarang kerjasama strategik, pelaburan dan jaringan kerjasama dengan organisasi awam dan swasta dalam bidang kajian dasar dan regulatori, kemudahan yang bersepadu, logistik dan infrastruktur, demonstrasi teknologi dan inovasi komponen tempatan yang akan memberi nilai tambah kepada ekonomi hidrogen. Seketika saya ingin maklumkan, acara pada hari ini juga akan menyaksikan majlis pertukaran dokumen memorandum kerjasama di antara Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation atau MGTC bersama dengan beberapa rakan strategik iaitu UNW Innovation and R&D Center Sdn Bhd dan Mitsui & Co. Limited. Yang kedua, bersama dengan Sarawak Economic Development Corporation atau SEDC dan Vision Energy Sdn Bhd. InsyaAllah kerjasama ini akan menjadi batu loncatan untuk menggalakkan kerjasama yang lebih erat pada masa akan datang insya-Allah, khususnya bagi memperkasakan ekonomi hidrogen di Malaysia. Dalam kita memacu ekonomi hidrogen ini, amat penting kita melihat keseluruhan ekosistem untuk membolehkan teknologi ini dan seterusnya aplikasi dan pengkomersialannya dapat berjalan dengan lancar dan tersusun. Perkara ini adalah selaras dengan teras strategi kedua Wawasan Kemakmuran Bersama WKB 2030 supaya Malaysia membina sektor baru utama yang kukuh dalam ekonomi hijau dan tenaga boleh baru. Oleh itu, saya telah meminta MGTC melihat seluruh value chain ekonomi hidrogen supaya pelaksanaannya adalah lebih menyeluruh dan terangkum. Saya yakin dengan kerjasama strategik yang dimeterai hari ini dan penglibatan pelbagai pemegang taruh akan dapat menjadi pemangkin kepada pembangunan ekonomi hidrogen di negara kita insya-Allah. Saya ingin mengambil kesempatan ini untuk mengucapkan tahniah kepada semua di atas pematerian perjanjian kerjasama yang diadakan sempena pengajuran bengkel ini dan turut mendoakan kejayaan pelaksanaan bengkel strategik selama 4 hari ini. Diharapkan program ini dapat membuahkan hasil daripada perkongsian pengalaman dan amalan terbaik dalam pelaksanaan ekonomi hidrogen. Dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, sukacita saya merasmikan International Hydrogen Economic Forum and Strategic Lab pada kali ini. Sekian, terima kasih. Semoga kita semua berjaya dalam apa yang kita inginkan dan usahakan. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, for the opening speech and insights. And again, thanks for gracing the ceremony and spend your precious time with us for the opening ceremony. Now, we'll be having a short video montage that encapsulates the need for a hydrogen economy and the intent of this 4-day event. That will start from today, the 27th of July, until Friday, the 30th of July 2021. After that, we'll go to our highlight of the day, the MOU-MOC exchange ceremony that will be witnessed by the Yang Berhormat Minister of Environment and Water, Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man. Please begin our video.
Moving forward, I'm pleased the IGM will be hosting the Strategic Lab Visioning a Hydrogen Economy for Malaysia to explore the potential role of hydrogen in the country's energy mix and how it can contribute to rebuilding our economy. This session will be led by a panel of international and local experts. welcome the efforts of Malaysian companies to establish collaborations on technology and knowledge sharing within the hydrogen ecosystem, commercializations, and green technologies. It is commendable that these companies are committed to actively invest in green hydrogen projects and deliver.
Greeting, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, we shall witness three important exchanges of memorandum documents that involve Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Centre MGTC and various prestigious partners. This memorandum documents exchange ceremony marked a significant push for collaborative effort towards sustainable growth in Malaysia, powered by low carbon hydrogen economy and technologies. All three memorandums are aimed in driving the hydrogen economy forward, leapfrogging advancement of hydrogen technologies, and initiate collaboration programs in areas relevant to the hydrogen economy. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, the memorandum parties have decided and agreed to hold the Memorandum of Understanding MOU and Cooperation MOC document exchange ceremony virtually, with the hope that the spread of the disease can be curbed and economic activities can still be carried out and be further driven through different means. First off, to start, we shall witness the exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding MOU between UMW Innovation and R&D Center Sdn Bhd, UIRDC, MGTC, and Mitsui & Co. Limited by Yang Berbahagia Dato' Ahmad Fuad bin Muhammad Kenali, the President and Group CEO of UMW Holdings Berhad, Technologist Shamsul Bahar bin Muhammad Noor, the CEO of MGTC, and Mr. Daiji Kojima, the Managing Director of the Mitsui & Co. Malaysia Sdn Berhad. This MOU exchange ceremony will be witnessed by the Honorable Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim bin Tuan Man, the Minister of Environment and Water, His Excellency Hiroshi Oka, the Ambassador of Japan to Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Insinyur Dr. Abu Bakar bin Jaafar, the Chairman of MGTC, and Yang Berbahagia Datuk Abdul Rashid bin Musa, the Group Chief Mobility and Innovation Officer, come the President of Aerospace Division of the UMW Group. Thank you for being with us today. First in the lineup, I welcome the CEO of MGTC, Technologist Shamsul Bahar bin Muhammad Noor, to deliver his speech. Just welcome Technologist Shamsul.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Minister of Environment and Water, Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, His Excellency the Japanese Ambassador to Malaysia, Mr. Hiroshi Oka, the Chairman of MGTC, Professor Datuk Insinyur Dr. Abu Bakar Jaafar, the Managing Director of Mitsui and Corporation Malaysia, Mr. Daiji Kojima, the President and Group Executive Chief Officer of UMW Holdings Berhad, Datuk Ahmad Fuad Kenali, the Group Chief Mobility and Innovation Officer, President, Aerospace Division of UMW Group, Datuk Abdul Rashid Musa, Senior Management of MGTC, Mitsui and UMW, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all. Hydrogen technologies have experienced cycles of excessive advancement with vast commercialization intent. A growing body of evidence suggests these technologies form an attractive option for the deep decarbonization of global energy system, and that recent improvements in their cost and performance point towards economic viability. The potential role that hydrogen could play in the provision of electricity, heat industry, transport and energy storage in a low carbon energy system need to be realized. By laying the foundation and thus bridging the collaboration between multinational company experts, Malaysian public listed companies and government agencies are significant in ensuring the economic growth and sustainability of Malaysia. Ever since the recent transformation of MGTC in exponentially mainstreaming the green economy by joint implementation of programs in relation to green products and services expansion, training and human capital, advocacy for energy efficiency and renewable energy, we have seen multiple collaborations with international and local industry players in hope to foster MGTC's role in this purpose. We are privileged and honored to be here today for the tripartite MOU document exchange ceremony between MGTC, Mitsui, and UMW. We would like to convey our appreciation to our collaboration partners, Mitsui and UMW, for the opportunity and mutual interest in expediting the hydrogen economy initiatives. We are confident that by strengthening our cooperation, more programs can be crafted with further enhancement in the future. This collaboration by the three parties shows extensive commitment in making this virtual MOU exchange ceremony a success, especially during these challenging times with the COVID-19 pandemic still hovering upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, 16 June 2021 marked an important milestone with the signing of the tripartite MOU document between MGTC, Mitsui, and UMW, which paved the way to foster collaboration in the areas of cooperation aligned to national initiatives of Malaysia, such as the Low Carbon Cities Framework, sustainable consumption and production, as well as green innovation and sustainable energy program, which also includes hydrogen economy that revolve around three key areas. First, mobility. Second is home and commercial energy. And third is power generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again congratulate everyone involved for making this event a success, which officially mark the start of our collaboration. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Technologist Shamsul, for the eloquent speech. Now, next, I invite the President and Group CEO from UMW Holdings Berhad, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Ahmad Fuad, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Dato' Fuad.
Thank you, Encik Ahmad. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Minister of Environment and Water, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, His Excellency the Japanese Ambassador to Malaysia, Mr. Hiroshi Oka, the Chairman, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Centre or MGTC, Professor Datuk Senior Dr. A. Bakar Jaafar, the CEO of MGTC, Mr. Shamsul Bahar Muhammad Noor, the Managing Director of Mitsui and Company Malaysia, Mr. Daiji Kojima, the Group Chief Mobility and Innovation Officer, President Aerospace Division of UMW Group, Dato' Abdul Rashid Musa, Senior Management of MGTC, Mitsui and UMW, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. It's a great honor for me to be here today. This tripartite MOU marks the official collaboration between MGTC, Mitsui Company Limited of Japan, and UMW Group to explore on the development of the hydrogen economy in Malaysia in three key areas, namely mobility, home and commercial energy, and power generation. I believe this collaboration could not have come at a better time. Hydrogen-based fuel is at a pivotal moment, the most abundant element in the universe. Hydrogen is also a promising energy carrier which can be transformed into a renewable, non-polluting and zero-emission energy resource. As the world continues to face critical climate and energy challenges, hydrogen is increasingly viewed as a tantalizing substitute to natural gas and coal. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on economies across the globe seem to have accelerated the drive to net zero and refocus investors' mind on the environment, social and governance or ESG agenda in their investment portfolio, as evidenced by ESG fund assets surging to an all-time high of more than $1 trillion in June 2020. Many countries, including Malaysia and Japan, have announced national plans or investment stimulus for green hydrogen, both to cut their own emissions and to establish a head start in what could one day be a lucrative energy export market. The International Energy Agency or IEA sees green hydrogen production increasing by nearly 6 times between now and 2030, and by 2050, analysts predict that it could meet 7% to 24% of global final energy demand. It is a market that could be worth up to $2 trillion or ringgit Malaysia 10 trillion, providing 30 million jobs and reducing carbon dioxide emissions by 6 gigatons per year. In the short term, we foresee that hydrogen will be applied first in sectors that are under societal pressure to decarbonize, likely those closest to customers. UMW, as a company that has long been at the forefront of Malaysia's automotive industry, recognizes that transportation and mobility applications are perhaps the first and most important large-scale industries in which hydrogen can be applied. The partnership we formalize today is in line with the group's aspiration to aggressively explore evolving technologies and generate growth along green hydrogen value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can all agree that the key to enabling the full potential of hydrogen economy is a supply chain that can produce green hydrogen at a scale and price that the market can absorb. Governments, academia, investors, as well as businesses must continue to work together closely to develop value chains for equipment, scale up manufacturing, attract talent, build capabilities, and accelerate product and solution development. Such collaboration will enable stakeholders to further optimize costs, tap into multiple revenue streams, and maximize the utilization of shared assets. It is through collaborations such as the one we formalize today that we can continue to translate ambitious strategies into concrete measures. In closing, I would like to assure you that UMW will extend our fullest cooperation to both MGTC and Mitsui to ensure the success of this collaboration. On behalf of the management of UMW, I would like to thank Mr. Shamsul Baha of MGTC and Mr. Daiji Kojima, Mitsui, for realizing this MOU for us to explore the potential opportunities in the hydrogen economy. Inshallah, our collective efforts will help to create the pathway for the arrival of hydrogen economy in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato' Mafuan, for the brilliant insights and beautiful talking points. We now welcome the Country Managing Director of Mitsui & Co. Malaysia Siam Berhad, Mr. Daiji Kojima, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Mr. Daiji.
Thank you. So, Honorable Minister of Environment and Water, Dato' Sri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, His Excellency, the Japanese Ambassador to Malaysia, Mr. Hiroshi Oka, the Chairman, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center of MGTC, Professor Datu Dr. A. Bakal, the President and Group Chief Executive Officer of the UMW Holdings Berhad, Dato' Ahmad Fuad, the Group Chief Mobility and Innovation Officer, President Aerospace Division of UMW Group, Dato' Abdul Rashid, the CEO of the MGTC, Mr. Shamsul Bahal, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone today. We Mitsui are very honored to take part in this new journey on the hydrogen economy in Malaysia. I am Daiji Kojima, the Managing Director of Mitsui & Company Malaysia. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations to UMW, MGTC and Mitsui team on the historic signing of this tripartite MOU for the exploration of the opportunity in the renewable energy sector, with particular focus on the hydrogen technology, economy, and other green-related matters. Mitsui & Company Limited is a global trading investment company established in 1947 with the head office located in Tokyo, Japan. The company has 132 offices operating in 64 countries and regions, having approximately 44,000 employees and generating a revenue of around 72 billion US dollars. Leveraging its strengths, we have further diversified beyond its core profit pillars to create multifaceted value in new areas, including innovative energy solutions, through a strategic focus on the high-growth Asian market. Mitsui Malaysia has been established since 1959, having trading and investment in various fields such as chemicals, iron and steel, mineral and metals, food and retail, healthcare, power, smart city, agriculture, transportation, oil and gas, and mobility. Our investments are well over 4 billion US dollars in Malaysia to date. In mobility sector, we have been supporting Perodua, the largest car manufacturers in Malaysia, as a shareholder with UMW. It is my honor to attend today's documents exchange ceremony, marking a significant milestone in the joint collaboration of the three parties in alignment with the national initiative of Malaysia towards a green economy. Today's ceremony is just the first step for our journey. We would like to continue our support to UMW and MGTC to develop a green ecosystem, bringing the Mitsui's global best practice in the green industry. After the execution of this MOU, we will commence our preliminary feasibility study related to the mobility areas based on the prevailing technology that suit the local market environment in Malaysia. In closing, I would like to emphasize here that the three parties will leverage on each other's expertise and knowledge to accelerate innovation, technology demonstration, value chain development, and commercialization of green products and services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daiji Kojima, for the lovely speech. Now, I welcome His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan to Malaysia, Mr. Hiroshi Oka, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Mr. Hiroshi.
YB Dato Sri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, Honorable Minister of Environment and Water, Professor Dato Dr. Abu Bakar Jafar, Chairman of the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center, Dato Ahmad Fuad Knali, President Group Chief Executive Officer of UMW Holding, Dato Abdul Rashid Musa, Group Chief Mobility and Innovation Officer, President Aerospace Division of UMW Group, Mr. Shamsul Bahar Muhammad Noor, CEO of MGTC, Mr. Daiji Kojima, Managing Director of Mitsui Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to witness the virtual MOU exchange of document ceremony between UMW Group, the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center, and Mitsui Company today. I'd like to congratulate all the three parties on this comprehensive MOU in green sectors, including hydrogen. I'd like to welcome this MOU, which is timely and significant given that addressing climate change is the primary and common interest of the world today. Innovation and technology are the crucial keys for both the Japanese and the Malaysian governments to achieve decarbonization and carbon neutrality. The collaboration through this MOU will bring together the rich expertise and expansive knowledge of the top businesses of both Japan and Malaysia under the leadership of the Malaysian government to develop innovative new green technologies and to contribute to sustainable green growth. I'm also certain that this collaboration will create new business opportunities, especially in the economic recovery phase of the COVID-19. I conclude by expressing my full confidence today that MOU will add a new page to the long-running history of cooperation between Malaysia and Japan, in particular in the green sector. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you, His Excellency Hiroshi Oka, for your speech and for taking your precious time to grace our ceremony today. Now, we are ready for the MOU exchange ceremony. I request that each member of the ceremony be ready. So, the general housekeeping rules, make sure that you have the MOU document with you. Make sure that the distance between the document and the camera is well spaced. And so we can actually see the signatories from the weeks up, if possible, along with the document. Everyone ready? So now for the photo session, make sure that all of us smile with the biggest smile that we can actually muster. So we'll be having two photo ops positions. First, we have the document sent in front of you. Okay, for about 10 seconds, smile. Okay, that's it. Beautiful photo and smile, everyone. And then secondly, a picture without the document, but with a big thumbs up. Okay, that's it. Beautiful photo and smile, everyone. Thank you. We are coming to an end for our first memorandum exchange. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this MOU ceremony and making it a success. We truly appreciate the effort made by UMW, Mitsui & Co. Limited, and MGTC for this session, and hope this set the pace to joint implementation of low-carbon economic initiatives in the future. Thank you. Now, the member of the MOU exchange ceremony, you may excuse yourself and leave the vMix platform. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the second exchange ceremony. Now, for the second exchange, we shall witness the exchange of the Memorandum of Cooperation, MOC, between Vision Energy Sinar Berhad with MGTC by Mr. Chan Chi Wing, the Executive Director of Vision Energy Sinar Berhad, and technologist Shamsul Bahar bin Muhammad Noor, the CEO of MGTC. This MOC exchange ceremony will be witnessed by the Honorable Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim bin Tuan Man, the Minister of Environment and Water, Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Engineer Dr. Abu Bakar bin Jaafar, the Chairman of MGTC, and Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ng Aun Hui, the Managing Director of Vision Holdings Berhad. Thank you all for being here with us today. I now welcome the CEO of MGTC, Technologist Shamsul Bahar bin Muhammad Noor, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Technologist Shamsul.
Thank you, Ahmad. Honorable Minister Environment and Water, Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, Chairman MGTC, Professor Datuk Engineer Dr. A. Bakar Jaafar, Managing Director Vision Holdings Berhad, Datuk Ng An Hui, Executive Director Vision Energy Sdn Berhad, Mr. Chan Chi Wing, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all. In recent decades, Malaysia has been known as one of the world leading producers and exporters of palm oil products. Every year, the number of palm oil mills increase rapidly, thus increasing the capacity of fresh food bunch waste or effluent discharge. Palm oil mill effluent, POME, without proper treatment could be harmful to the environment because it emitted greenhouse gas emission into the atmosphere. Therefore, due to the high organic carbon content, POME has emerged to be an excellent alternative source of renewable energy, as well as reducing the environmental impacts of palm oil production. Waste to energy is one of the circular economy solutions that can have economic, social, and environmental co-benefits through efficient use of natural resources, reduced emission, job creation, and fostering innovation. It could also contribute positively towards the Paris Agreement, where Malaysia has committed to a reduction of greenhouse gas by 45% by the year 2030. And the National Renewable Energy Policy aims to achieve 31% renewable energy capacity mix by 2025. Alternatively, POME can be processed and purified to biomethane and potentially hydrogen, then further liquefied and compressed to produce renewable biofuel that is easy to deliver, which is in line with the increasing interest in converting biogas to green transportation fuels. Bioenergy is the next big step in green hydrogen. POME is an attractive feedstock for biomethane production and a huge potential for hydrogen economy as well. This is a crucial step towards sustainable energy supply. We hope this will bring investors, industry players, technology partners, project delivery companies, as well as government agencies could spur low carbon technologies to make an economically viable. With the collaboration with industry players in the hope of fostering Malaysia's green initiative, MGTC will always play its crucial role in championing green technology that can contribute to the nation's carbon target. It is an honor for us to be here today in this occasion of document exchange between MGTC and Vision Energy Sdn Berhad. I would like to convey our appreciation to our collaboration partners, Vision, for the opportunity in the mutual interest in expediting the global energy initiative, which will open the opportunity for hydrogen production downstream. We are convinced that by strengthening our cooperation, more initiatives can be crafted out with additional enhancement in the future. This collaboration by both partners shows extensive commitment in making this virtual MOC exchange ceremony a success, especially during these challenging times with the COVID-19 pandemic still hovering upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks an important milestone with the signing of the MOC documents between MGTC and Vision. which paved the way to foster collaborations in the following areas of project: waste energy, biogas, biomass, schedule and hazardous waste management, municipal and wastewater treatment, water supply and food and flood mitigation, recycling, solar power, hydropower, electric vehicle, and most importantly, green hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank everyone who involved in this event a success as we will officially mark our collaboration. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Telji Samsul, for the eloquent speech. Now I invite the Executive Director of Visioning, Mr. Chan, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Mr. Chan.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Environment and Water, Datuk Sri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, the Chairman, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center or MGTC, Professor Datuk Dr. Abu Bakar Jaafar, the Managing Director of Vision Holdings Berhad, Yang Bahagia Datuk Ng An Hui, the CEO of MGTC, Mr. Shamsul Bahar Muhammad Noor, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. Vision Group is very delighted to have this opportunity to cooperate with the MGTC on exploring various initiatives to provide complete solutions to environmental issues in Malaysia. Our first project is to provide a full solution to palm oil meal effluent, in short, POME, in Malaysia. Malaysia generates around 50 million tons of POME every year, as 90% of the palm oil fruit is discarded and 2.5 to 3.75 tons of POME is produced for every ton of palm oil produced. The huge amount of waste is very harmful to the environment, as POME is 100 times more polluted than the average municipal sewage, as it has a high biochemical oxygen demand and chemical oxygen demand. POME is composed of up to 75% of methane, which is a very potent greenhouse gas directly affecting climate change. If we can instead turn this methane into biogas, we can contain this environmental issue and furthermore turn it into a valuable resource instead of an issue. With this collaboration with MGTC, Vision, together with its consortium of technology partners like GPP Resources Berhad, hope that by offering a complete turnkey solution, including fully funding, completely designing, building and maintaining the entire conversion of POME pollutant process, together with benefit sharing with palm oil mill owners, the POME problem will be a thing of the past. The entire package is expected to cost around 5 to 6 billion if implemented across our target of 200 mills, and represents a massive commitment from our consortium to this pollution issue. We thank MGTC and the Ministry of Environment and Water for this opportunity to collaborate, to work together to tackle our country's environmental issues and make a difference in climate change. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chan, for the MOC address. We truly appreciate the speech and hope this marks the beginning of a collaboration towards sustainability and green energy. Now, we get ready for the MOC document exchange. I request that each member of the ceremony be ready. So just a general housekeeping rules, make sure that you have the MOC document with you. Make sure that the distance between the document and the camera is well spaced, so we can actually see the signatories, the witnesses, along with the document. Everyone ready? So now for the photo session, make sure that all of us smile with the biggest smile that we can muster. So we'll be having two photo op positions. First, we have the document centered in front of you. Okay, that's it. Smile. Thank you. And secondly, a picture without the document, but with a big thumbs up. Okay, that's it. Beautiful photo and smile, everyone. Thank you. Okay, that's it. We're coming to an end for our second memorandum exchange. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this MOC ceremony and making it a success. We truly appreciate the effort made by Vision and MGTC for this session and hope this marks a start to a greater collaboration in the future. Thank you. Now, the member of the MOC exchange ceremony, you may excuse yourself and leave the vMix platform. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the third exchange ceremony. The third and final exchange of the day, we shall witness the exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the Sarawak Economic Development Corporation, SEDC, Energy Sdn Bhd with MGTC. By Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Amar Dr. Haji Abdul Aziz bin Datuk Haji Hussein, the Chairman of SEDC, and Technologist Shamsul Baha bin Muhammad Noor, the CEO of MGTC. This MOU exchange ceremony will be witnessed by the Honorable Datuk Sri Tuan Ibrahim bin Tuan Man, the Minister of Environment and Water, Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Engineer Dr. Abu Bakar bin Jaafar, the Chairman of MGTC, Yang Berbahagia Tuan Haji Abdul Hadi bin Datuk Haji Abdul Kadir, General Manager of SEDC, and Mr. Robert Hardin, the CEO of SEDC Energy Sdn Bhd. Thank you all for being here with us today. I now welcome the CEO of MGTC, Technologist Shamsul Baha, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Technologist Shamsul.
Thank you, Ahmad. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Minister of Environment and Water, Datuk Sri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Amar Dr. Haji Abdul Aziz Datuk Haji Hussein, Chairman of SEDC Sarawak, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Engineer Dr. Abu Bakar Jaafar, Chairman of MGTC, Yang Berbahagia Tuan Haji Abdul Hadi bin Datuk Haji Abdul Kadir, General Manager of SEDC, Mr. Robert Hardin, CEO of SEDC Energy Sdn Bhd, Senior Management of MGTC and SEDC, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen and friends, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all. The hydrogen economy is unavoidable. Hydrogen is thought to be the next key energy carrier, and with the push towards deep decarbonization and low carbon economy by the global north and key economic superpowers, its role is becoming ever prevalent. One of the key proposals to the use of green hydrogen is for the decarbonization of fleet emission, especially for heavy-duty vehicles emissionaries. There are also many studies in recent years that have indicated that the improvements in low-carbon hydrogen technologies will eventually reach cost parity when compared against the fossil fuel equivalents. MGTC has started as the national reference point for energy research in Malaysia, and since 2010 has transformed to be the national catalyst of green economy. Since then, we have initiated low carbon and climate change mitigation programs with local authorities, state governments, the federal government, and even commercial entities and industries. The value added and GDP spillover from the green industry has increased significantly, and this is not possible without the collaboration with our esteemed partners and allies. We are privileged and honored to be here today for the MOU document exchange ceremony between MGTC and SEDC. a state-owned statutory body that have contributed towards the socio-economic, commercial, and industrial development of Sarawak for many years. We also like to convey our utmost appreciation to our collaboration partners SADC for the common goal and shared interest in steering the hydrogen economy initiative. We are convinced that by strengthening our cooperation with SADC, long present and involvement in economic development in Sarawak, many hydrogen projects can be further implemented. This collaboration by both parties also shows extensive commitment in making this virtual MOU exchange ceremony a success, especially during these difficult times of COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, today's ceremony will mark an important date for the collaboration between MGTC and SADC, which will pave the way for joint effort in the following areas. Number one, collaboration of green policy and business dialogue activities, information and knowledge sharing, network exchange, publication and materials. Number two, potential green innovation program. Number three, expansion of successful model of hydrogen economy in Sarawak to Peninsular Malaysia. Number four, the partnership for mutual benefits. This includes bridging industries with technology innovation on clean, decentralized energy and water solutions for rural areas in Peninsular Malaysia and Sarawak regions. Number five, cooperation on electric vehicle and fuel cell vehicle infrastructure and supply chain. Number six, joint development program on professional and technology certification for green skills products and technologies. And number five, with further form of collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, from the depth of my heart, I sincerely congratulate every members from each party that has contributed to making this event a success. And I hope this only mark the beginning to a greater collaboration in the future. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Technologist Shamsul Bahar, for the eloquent speech. Now, I invite the Chairman of SADC, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Dato' Amar Dr. Haji Abdul Aziz, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Tan Sri Dato' Amar.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam Sarawakku sayang, and a very good day to Yang Muhammad Datuk Seri Tuan Ibrahim Tuan Man, Menteri Kementerian Alam Sekitar dan Air. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Insinyur Dr. Abu Bakar Jaafar, Chairman of MGTC. Yang berbahagia Encik Samsul Bahar Muhammad Noor, the CEO of MGTC. And of course, to all our distinguished guests, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to all of you from this beautiful land of Hornbill, Sarawak. First and foremost, it is a privilege to be part of this conversation. And for this world, as you know, is now changing, and we are also living in a strange time with this event of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic. However, despite of the current global pandemic, today's Memorandum of Understanding is a manifestation that the human spirit is resilient and the ongoing good works must still continue to be upheld. It is an honor for me to be given this opportunity to share some of the wonderful and exciting ventures that the state of Sarawak is embarking on, especially on our hydrogen initiative. Since 2009, Malaysia has participated in global efforts to address climate change even before the Paris Agreement was even signed. This is again strongly reiterated with Malaysia's latest commitment, reflected in the nationally determined contribution, or NDC, to the Paris Agreement to reduce the emission intensity by 45% by the year 2030, relative to its emission intensity per unit of GDP in 2005, with 10% of this goal contingent upon international assistance. Sarawak State, in her own part, is fully committed and has taken the initiative in also fulfilling this vision. Malaysia currently produces 22.4% of its power from renewable sources and aims to hit 30% by 2030. Much of this renewable generation, of course, comes from hydropower projects. Over the years, certain Malaysian states have become national leaders in renewable energy. Sarawak has focused on sustainable energy efforts, such as the development of various hydropower dams that has enabled Sarawak to produce about 78% of its energy from renewable sources. By 2030, Sarawak aspires to be a developed state in Malaysia, with a thriving economy driven by data and innovation, with the aim of economic prosperity, social inclusivity, and a sustainable environment. Given the growing population, consumption demands, and infrastructure developments, it is of utmost imperative that initiatives and projects carried out are based on globally recognized environmental practices and policies to ensure that Sarawak's economic growth can be sustainable. Now, echoing on our Chief Minister's, the Right Honourable Datuk Tinggi Abang Abdul Rahman Zohari Tun Oping, renewable energy, especially through hydropower, has always been the key in powering our industries. Realizing this, we aspire to continue to achieve more sustainable growth and prosperity for Sarawak through affordable, reliable, and renewable energy. The Sarawak government has taken bold steps to promote clean industries or clean energy industries by exploring the hydrogen economy, diversifying from the traditional energy sources. In 2020, SCDC Energy, Sumitomo Corporation, and INOS, a subsidiary of a company of the Nippon Oil of Japan, made a bold decision to invest with a strong commitment to explore mega hydrogen production in Bintulu, Sarawak, and to achieve export potential of hydrogen. This is but one of the many to come, signifying the conviction of the private sectors on the immense potential of hydrogen production in Sarawak, inevitably attracting the confidence of international investors to tap into opportunities in pioneering the development of green hydrogen in this region. This investment will contribute not only to localized production of alternative energy, but also to reinvigorate the local economy and to create employment opportunities in Sarawak and also for Malaysia. Sarawak stands to gain economically by utilizing environmental friendly source of power to develop our industries in the most cost competitive way while maintaining our pristine environment for our future generations. Again, citing the Chief Minister of Sarawak, and I quote, Sarawak is aiming to leverage on the abundance of raw materials that we have, including the cheap electricity tariffs produced by our own hydropower dams, which enable us to actually produce hydrogen gas with cost effectiveness in mind, where the production system itself must be viable in order to achieve sustainability in the long haul. This is quoted from the Economy the news on Tuesday, November 24, 2020. Towards this end, the Sarawak government will provide the regulatory support and promote public-private collaboration in renewable energy value chain in Sarawak, either in hydropower, solar, biomass, or hydrogen development. Lastly, I am confident that this continuous exchange of expertise and dialogue will bring all our endeavors yet another significant step forward. It is especially important in enabling us to successfully explore and exploit the technological challenges that are essential to energize the business success and the prosperity of Sarawak's people as a whole and beyond. I would like also to conclude by taking this opportunity to offer my sincere appreciation and thanks to the organizing committee of MGTC, ministers, working committees of the government offices, private sectors, for your continuous commitment and effort for working tirelessly towards the success of this event. And my congratulations to all and well done. Thank you. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Dr. Haji Abdul Aziz, for such a beautiful speech. We hope that the collaboration will spark more joint effort on hydrogen projects, such as fuel cell vehicles fleet deployment in the future. Now we get ready for the MOU document exchange. I request that each member of the ceremony be ready. So just general housekeeping rules, make sure that you have the MOU document with you. Make sure that the distance between the camera and the document is well spaced and we can actually see the signatories and the document. So everyone get ready. So now for the photo session, make sure that all of us smile with the biggest smile that we can actually master. So we'll be having two photo op position. First, with the document center and in front of you. Okay. With a big smile. Okay. That's a beautiful photo and smile, everyone. And then secondly, a picture without the documents and a big thumbs up. Okay. Thank you. Such a beautiful photo, yeah. We are coming to an end with our third MOU exchange. Thank you everyone for participating in this MOU ceremony and making it a success. We truly appreciate the effort made by SEDC and MGTC for this session and hope this actually marks a stepping stone to a bigger future together. Thank you to all the members of the MOU exchange ceremony. You may excuse yourself and leave the vMix platform. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, that have stayed with us for the memorandum exchange ceremony for today. Hope you enjoy the next sessions that we have arranged. For the first roundtable dialogue at the International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab, which will start at 11 a.m. today. Everyone stay safe, take care, and thank you again for joining us. Greeting, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now we are ready for the next agenda of the day, which is Round Table Dialogue Session 1, which is entitled The Hydrogen Economy, the Economic, Energy, and Environmental Perspectives. This session is aimed as a platform for knowledge and experience sharing by the respective speakers and panelists. The session will start with a series of presentations by the speakers, followed by a live Q&A session moderated by our moderator, Dr. Hezri. So let me introduce the moderator for the session, Dr. Hezri. So Dr. Hezri Adnan is currently the Executive Director of the Malaysian Institute of Economic Research, or in short, MIER, with a PhD in Public Policy from the ANU, the Oslo National University. Dr. Hezri specializes in sustainable development solutions with work spanning areas such as green economy and natural resources governance. His last posting was as the CEO of the Langkawi Development Authority, or in short LADA, from 2019 until April 2021. He also served as a distinguished fellow at the Institute of Strategic and International Studies, ISIS. From 2015 to 2018, Dr. Hazri served as a member of the United Nations International Resource Panel, which is the UN Environment Program active body that focuses on strategic issues of resource scarcity and efficiency. He has consulted for international organizations such as UNDP, UNESCAP, UNICEF, UNRISD, and the World Bank on many issues related to development and environmental challenges in the developing world. His past and current advisory roles include cleared advisor for the Malaysian Ministry of International Trade and Industries and a member of the Advisory Council for WWF Malaysia. I may use this floor to actually explain more, but because we are short in time, I'll now pass my microphone to the moderator for the session, which is Dr. Hazri. Please welcome Dr. Hazri. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamad Ainuddin from the MGTC for that very generous introduction. Greetings of peace, greetings of solidarity. My name is Hazri Ratnan from the Malaysian Institute of Economic Research. I would like to start by thanking the organizer for inviting the Malaysian Institute of Economic Research to be a participant in this very important conference and exchange on the important or the way forward for hydrogen economy in Malaysia. This is going to be the first roundtable dialogue session, and we'll be focusing on the economic, energy, and environmental perspective. And as we all know, and as apparent from the minister's speech this morning, the potential of hydrogen energy has been talked about for centuries. In fact, the famous French literary man Jules Verne has envisioned a society fueled by hydrogen way back in 1974, almost 150 years ago, in his book or his fiction called The Mysterious Island. And in the policy circle, we started hearing about the importance of hydrogen energy way back in 1970s during in the aftermath of the oil and gas oil crisis in 1970s. And then in more recent years, it appeared again as a solution for the climate change issue that the globe is facing. And we can understand the excitement with hydrogen energy because it has the potential to decarbonize nearly all aspects of the energy system. And coming back to the topic of discussion today, from an economic point of view, something's definitely brewing. Things appear to be accelerating. Investments on the part of government is being stepped up in many countries in Europe, and also in about 20 other countries around the globe. And of course, the MOU or the partnership with Japan is a testament of the importance of this energy, of this trajectory in Japan itself. And as we speak, the Olympics which is ongoing now in Japan is powered by hydrogen energy to some extent. And just like the 1984 Olympics, the legacy was the Shinkansen. I think the Japanese government is thinking of leaving the legacy of hydrogen energy as its legacy for this Olympics. And if you look at the growth of venture capital funding, we're going to see the spectacular growth in recent years. In Europe itself, there's about 591 million venture capital funding from in the past 5 years. And as we speak in Malaysia, it's not hypothetical anymore because of what's happening in Sarawak. I was reading earlier that there are already 2 buses running on hydrogen energy in Sarawak, and they're also building an integrated refueling station in Kuching that provide conventional fuel, electricity, and hydrogen filling. So this is a very exciting time. And of course, the third question, the second question actually from the energy point of view is that will hydrogen become the surprise of this decade? Just like how the solar and wind electricity became the surprise of the past 10 years. And this, of course, has created a lot of buzz around hydrogen's potential to reshape the energy mix, especially in the context of what is being mentioned repeatedly recently, the energy transition in the context of post-pandemic economic recovery strategy. But the question that perhaps the panel will be deliberating on is that, is hydrogen a pragmatic answer to Malaysia's quest for energy security? And of course, there's an environmental question, the policy goal of environmental quality, the reduction of greenhouse gases, We know that Malaysia has sort of stepped up its emphasis on renewable energy from targeting 20% renewable energy by 2025. We have revised this target to 31% by 2025 or 40% by year 2035. So this is a big improvement in terms of target. But will the future mainly be about solar technology? Or are we going to be looking at other renewable as well, including hydrogen? So today's session will begin with, or start from a macroeconomic point of view through the presentation by Dato' Valuvan, the Director of Manufacturing Industry, Science and Technology, the Economic Planning Unit. And then we will go into a more sectoral concern. But without further ado, I would like to invite Yang Bahagia Dato' Valuvan Valu to present his take on the National Fourth Industrial Revolution policy and the government's direction and support. Without further ado, Dato' Valu, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Thank you very much for inviting EPU to present about national power policy in this esteemed forum. Thank you to the organizers. So I will start to introduce about national power policy. I'll be given for 10 to 15 minutes, but it's a field task to summarize the 18 months of the hard work we've done in 10 to 15 minutes, but nevertheless, I'll try my level best. Once again, thank you to the organizers for inviting EPU to this forum. So I will start with the what is the fourth industrial revolution very quickly. The second one is what is the national power policy is all about, and why do we need the national power policy, and then how we want to achieve this aspiration of the national power policy. So let us talk about the industrial revolution. So it started in the 1760s to 1840. The first industrial revolution started in Europe, where we talk about mechanization of activities in textile, introduction of steam power as the main the game changer of those days, where the cottage industries mainly have changed, where the factories have been built. And the first time in history, a man and then human talk about the time and clock. Everybody knows about the spinning jenny as the machine of the cottage industry. So it's all started in the 1760s. Subsequently, throughout 18th centuries, we have the age of science and mass production of when we have the electrical power. Then goes to the third industrial revolution, where we have the age of digital revolution with the ICT, internet, and everything. So subsequently, now we have coined Industry 4.0 or fourth industrial revolution. Industry 4.0 covers the manufacturing, and fourth industrial revolution covers everything. So some scholars are arguing that Industry 1.0 is the first industrial revolution, and fourth industrial revolution actually is the second industrial revolution because of the nature of changes that brought by these two industrial revolution. But there's nevertheless, we don't argue on that, but we stick to the policy that it is fourth industrial revolution. So what this fire refers to, it's disruptive in nature. That will be disruptive transformation of industry and permeates across digital, biological, and physical, and impacts all economic sectors and aspects. When you look at this, so this is the digital, biological, and physical. So 4IR is not only about digitalization, but we have the other technology comes in from physical and also biological. So today's forum is very much related to these two. So these are the sample of the examples of the technologies that we have in fourth industrial revolution, and then the impact of all sectors, not only manufacturing. So why does the fire matters? So because of it will create new business opportunities, new value creation, efficiency, productivity gains, transformation of 3D jobs, improved work-life balance, and new job creation. just want to give you that if, let's say, if we fail to accept the changes, so there are a few examples. There's a lot of examples in the world today, but let me talk about the famous Kodak. Kodak is very famous those days, and in my generation and then the earlier generation, we know very much of Kodak, how they have become number one in terms of film producing, film pioneer. And actually, not many knows Kodak is the first company that launches digital camera in 1991 itself. But unfortunately, the management have failed to recognize this power of the digital camera, because they think that this will eat the conventional film that they are producing. So subsequently in 2012, they have to file for bankruptcy because the changes wave came in so fast. So they can't return back to what they've done. And same goes to Nokia and also BlackBerry. Now they are not in the business. Nokia is somehow or other is coming, but they also fail to identify the power of the what we call the touch screen, and also BlackBerry and so on. So the changes is coming in. We have to agile and be adapt to that things. So other countries already have policies on the 4R, where with Korean, we have Korean New Deal. Singapore, they have Smart Nation or artificial intelligence strategies, and Japan, they have Society 5.0. And I'll skip this and then I'll go to this. So Malaysia can harness the full potential of 4R for sustainable growth while mitigating the associated risks. We can't stop the 4R technologies, the wave that coming in from 4R. So we have to come up with a policy so that we can mitigate the potential social-related risks arising from 4R, job displacement, digital divide, society well-being, ethics and values, eroding trust in society. So you can see that stock take here, carbon emission per capita Malaysia is 25% higher than its peers. So that's something relevant to today's forum. But we have seen some success. We have successfully used our technology, fire technology, like blockchain technology in application for vaccination centers. We are using drone for emerging industries, especially in smart farming, and big data analysis and server for the key enablers in the industries. So this policy, we have engaged total of 24 rounds through studies and governance mechanism. We have engaged with the ministries, agencies, state governments, companies, industries, associations, and technology providers, as well as international organizations such as World Economic Forum, OECD, United Nations, and World Bank. So what is the National Fire Policy is all about? It is an overarching policy that drives policy coherence and supports the delivery of national interest, provides guidelines to address the risks from fire technology while preserving values and culture, creates a conducive ecosystem to accelerate digitalization through convergence of technologies, disciplines, and facilitating the emergence of new business model. So how do we deliver this? The whole of nation approach, outcome-oriented cohesive strategies and initiative, delivery-driven governance structure. So we want to achieve towards a balanced, responsible, and sustainable growth. Some may ask, in February, we launched digital economy policy. In July, we launched fourth industrial revolution. It seems same. Is it contradict? No, both of them complement each other. While for us, it's overarching a bigger policy, which consists of digital economy and everything. It will accelerate the digitalization process. So what we want to achieve by 2020 through this national fire policy, the mission is improve quality of life, enhance local capabilities, and harness the technologies to preserve ecological integrity. By 2030, we want Malaysian Wellbeing Index is 136.5. We have longer and healthier lifespan, safer and secure living, meaningful use of time. In terms of local capabilities, we want top 20 in Global Innovation Index, 30% productivity increase across all sectors, more higher paid jobs, fit for future education, a 3.5% growth, including FOIA-related R&D, more homegrown FOIA technology providers, more efficient government services. In ecological integrity, we want top 50 in environmental performance index and reduce greenhouse gas emissions intensity by 45% by 2030. So how do we achieve this aspiration? This is a very important methodology that is taken by the government of Malaysia. Most of the conventional studies will go and policies will come to the technological centric approach, but we have taken the other way around. We want human centric approach. Well, given an analogy, we have what kind of a behavior we want to our drivers in Malaysia. So the behavior of drivers we determine first, then only the technology comes in. What kind of technologies we can use to change the behavior of drivers in Malaysia. Not we have this technology and then the behavior change to that technology. No, this is the different way we approach. We have shown that technology supports the desire of lifestyle while preserving humanistic and social values, as well as cultural heritage, focusing on well-being of the rakyat. So the National FOIA Policy has 16 strategies, 32 national initiatives, cut across businesses, society, and public sector. And on top of that, we have 10 sectoral that focus that we want to do is manufacturing, transportation, healthcare, education, agriculture, and utilities, finance and insurance, professional, scientific, and technical services, wholesale and retail trade, as well as tourism, which consists of 60 sectoral initiatives. There are supporting sectors here, and we have identified 5 foundational technologies. It is not carved on the stone, so we can it moves and it can be changed or add on with the technologies coming in. Because I said for our technologies is not linear; it's exponential. So we have identified artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, cloud computing, big data analytics, and advanced material technologies as the foundational technologies of IR. So how we have a nice policies and we have a lot of initiative been taken, how we want to make sure this can be done and implemented accordingly. So government have decided and also decided to have National Digital Economy and FOIA Council chaired by our Prime Minister and supported by ministers and relevant private sector representatives and academicians and CSOs. So we have successfully merged some of the current committees to subsume under the clusters. We have 6 clusters: digital talent, digital infra and data, emerging tech, economy, society, and government. So this all 5 clusters chaired by the ministers and government chaired by Tan Sri KSN. And we have agile regulation, cyber security, inclusivity, and sustainability cut across all the sectors. So we have multiple working groups. Just to reiterate that this is not a government-led initiative, but is co-joined and then is led together by the private sector and also the civil societies. And we have a very important strategic change management office to make sure that all the initiatives are being done accordingly and push for the changes. So with that, I would like to thank you again to the organizers for allowing EPU to introduce 4th Industrial Revolution, which is very much important to this today's forum. And I hope that this whatever we present today will give a good start for the roundtable discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Valu, for that presentation. So we have now seen the big picture when it comes to the national macroeconomic planning. Our next presenter is a very well-known technocrat in the domain of water and energy. Yang Bahagia Datuk Sri Dr. Zainid Ujang is currently the Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment and Water. He was previously the Secretary General of another ministry called KASA, and prior to that, he was the Vice Chancellor of University of Technology Malaysia. His advocacy works are related to environmental sustainability. He's published a number of books on this topic, but he's also well known in his specialization in waste and wastewater management. So without further ado, I would like to invite Yang Bahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Zani Ujang to share with us his take on the climate change policy as the enabling framework for the hydrogen economy. Datuk Sri, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Azri. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for inviting me. I would like to share our latest development related to climate change policy in the country, in particular to look into enabling factors that can accelerate hydrogen economy in Malaysia. This is what Hazri mentioned earlier. Tokyo Olympic Flames is the first powered by hydrogen. It also indicates that Japanese government and industries are gearing towards making hydrogen as a source of energy for the future. Coming back to Malaysia, as far as our national policies on environment and climate change is concerned, started, I think, when we couple together with climate change. So it started in 2002 when we had our first national policy on the environment. And then we had our Dasar Teknologi Hijau Negara in 2009. And we have also our climate change policy 2010. This is in line with our commitment to ensure that we are not only obliged to Kyoto Protocol at that time, but also moving forward to prepare Malaysia to be more, I think, proactive towards environmental sustainability in relation to climate change. And in 2017, I was fortunate enough to chair the Technical Committee on Green Technology Master Plan. At that time, the ministry called KASA, Ministry of Energy, Green Technology and Water. And recently, in 2020, when we established, the government established Ministry of Environment and Water, the ministry has already outlined the environmental sustainability roadmap. It is an easy document for everyone to understand. It is not a bulky and thick document. It is just a page of paper, and we have a dictionary for every single item, indicating our migration, our plan from 2020 towards 2030 in many ways. And I think it is also indicated in our BUR, Biennial Update Report in 2020, but also more significantly in our revised National Determined Contribution, NDC. The first one we developed in 2016, and we revised again this, and I hope that by this month, the government will finalize so that we can submit to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change end of this week. And next year, the biggest thing that we have to do is long-term, low-emission development strategy. So this is the document. In order to prepare that document, we have to have BUR3, which is last year, and we have revised NDC, which is this year, in order for us to project ahead. There are a lot of requests from many sectors to know when will be Malaysia to be net zero carbon. I cannot say that until we finalize our long-term emission development strategy. Compared to other documents, I think this is the most pressing document for Malaysian government to ensure that we are committed towards climate change or climate action. In terms of hydrogen economy, there are a lot of things happening. I think we can move forward now with national policy on climate change ready. We have also national energy policy that's going to be made available by EPU soon, I think, and pending on NDC. So the NDC document is very important before we go on national energy policy. And then we have national transport policy, also important for us to look into national automotive policy. And we just launched low carbon mobility blueprint recently. This is very important by various ministries, chaired by Ministry of Environment and Water. This is towards Shared Prosperity Vision 2030. If you look into, say, for example, the item number 12, which is green economy. Yeah. Okay. Last year, when we submitted, during our submission to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, this is revealed. This is made known to everyone. So you just put Malaysia BUR 3, you will get this document. It's about 200 pages document, but this is the synthesis of that document. And when we talk about energy sector, energy contributes about 80% of the greenhouse gas emission in 2016. The question, why 2016? Because as an non-Annex 1 country, yeah, our classification under Paris Agreement fall under non-Annex 1. So we have our responsibility as non-Annex 1. Some countries are Annex 1 countries, so they have different responsibility. We have to submit our BUR X-4, means that by 2020, we submit the report in 2016. So this is something that to comply with the Paris Agreement. So during that time, we found that almost 79.7% our gas emission generated from energy sector. So I break down, in fact, in the documents, we have 5 sectors, but I think that is very confusing. So I break this down into 3, which is easier for us to understand. One is electricity generation by public utilities and non-utility generators. It's about 41% of 100% of the total emission. It's not 41% of the energy sector, 41% of the total. And then we have transportation, and we have oil and gas industries, petroleum refining, gas transmission, fugitive emission and whatnot. So that is another portion. So if you look into that, we have a lot to do. And this is where hydrogen can replace some of them. I'm not saying that replace all, because some of them are already committed and recently committed. Say, for example, our large-scale solar. And then we have also biomass and in the system. And this require another 20 years down the line to be replaced unless we want to pay. Then paying PPA is not easy. Yeah, who are going to pay for that? So this is something that we have to understand. So in our NDC, we try to bend the curve from escalating as far as energy is concerned downwards, and that is something that we have to discuss under low carbon, a long-term low emission development strategy. Yeah. So this is stage by stage implementation. But if you look into 72.46, this is net emission at the moment. If we look into that, that equals to 10 ton per capita per year. So we were about 7 ton per capita per year in 2014. Yeah, but we are exceeding now. But I think because of the introduction of large-scale solar and the rest, the component of 41% is declining now by 2%. Yeah, recently. So from time to time, we will see. The first big solar, large-scale solar was signed in 2018 when I was KSU of that ministry. So I can understand the situation. It takes 3 years for implementation, and then to be optimized, I think after 5 years, then we get what we plan for. So this is global warming that everyone knows. We want to reduce that, or keep that below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this is hydrogen economy in the environmental sustainability roadmap under strategic collaboration and the green growth. So we have some milestone for us green technology innovation, so for example, and then we have also waste to wealth facilities. I'm going to talk about transition. So how best Malaysia can do it. According to IEA, International Energy Agency, global hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuel use in net zero emission by 2020 can be seen as indicated there. So it shows that a lot of potential for hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuel. And not only that, if you look into Malaysia, the potential of hydrogen to be, there are two. One is to use hydrogen vehicles and hydrogen power and whatnot. So the second one is potential to generate hydrogen, which is more critical. So in the future, instead of exporting gas or exporting oil or coal, people are exporting hydrogen. So Malaysia can be a base to export hydrogen. I was informed by my colleagues at other ministry that our energy reserve margin at the moment is exceeding 35%. So this is huge. Many countries in the world, including our neighbors, they hardly have more than 10% energy reserve margin. So we have exceeding 35%. Some said that by 2025 we might reach 40%. It means that we can play around with the energy sources we have, and we can also generate more. So for example, this is how we can generate energy through thermal energy, excess hydropower that we have. Hydropower in Malaysia, except in Bakun, are mainly for peak time. We call peak loading between probably 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. This is the cheapest and the fastest way to generate energy. Yeah. Then we have also excess water pressure, wastewater, and biomass waste. This is available in the country. According to the hydrogen economy master plan, we have this in place. Say, for example, today we are talking about hydrogen economy and technology roadmap. In the future, what we need is decarbonization policy will be in our LEDS, as I mentioned. Economic instrument carbon tax regulation, which is a bit difficult at this juncture, I would say. Green hydrogen production. So this is the priority. We have to look into where we can do it first. Hydrogen regulation, code, safety, and standard, we can do it now. Yeah, hydrogen refueling for mobility independent seller Malaysia. So it started in UTM many years ago when I was Vice Chancellor of UTM. If I'm not mistaken, at that time, Professor Hamdani Saidi, the late Hamdani Saidi, started that in 2010. So you can have hydrogen conversion facilities in UTM in Kuala Lumpur. So this is the roadmap that we can accelerate if you want. As far as sewage is concerned, this is easy because the facilities are already there. The biogas tank are empty at the moment because we run at low production. If you want to do it, this is in Pantai 2. And then the other side of the road is in Pantai 1. You just imagine you have close to 1.9 population equivalent. This is huge amount of energy potential. But why we are not converting? Why we are not converting, this is something that we have to understand. So this is in our waterworks, dams, reservoir, river intake. This is all potential. So my final slide is this. Recently, we launched low carbon mobility blueprint. The soft cover is available at the moment. Yeah. You can see that alternative energy is available. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you, Hazri.
Thank you, Yang Bagir Datuk Sri Dr. Zani Ujang, for that presentation. And I think you're beginning to hit the nail where it matters. So I think we're not just talking about whether hydrogen economy is relevant for Malaysia, but you're beginning to point to the specificity about where and when hydrogen economy can help. And that's we're going to take it up further in our question and answer. So thank you very much, Datuk Sri Dr. Zani Ujang. And our next presenter is Yang Bahagia Datuk Engineer Dr. Siti Hamisa binti Tapsir. She is now the Secretary General, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, or MOSTI. Dr. Hamisa is responsible for MOSTI's operational and development expenditure, which is worth more than 900 million in the year 2020. In 2016, Dr. Siti Hamisa was given or was anointed with the honorary doctorate from the University of Southampton for her outstanding contribution in engineering. She is then appointed as the President of Malaysian Board of Technologies on 16 March 2021. Dr. Hamisa, Dr. Siti Hamisa will be presenting on science and technology policy, future technology perspectives in relation to the hydrogen economy potential. I think this just very well flows very well from the previous presentation. Dr. Siti Hamisa, the floor is yours for about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning. Greetings to all. First of all, congratulations to the organizer, that is Green Tech Malaysia, for organizing this conference. Secondly, thank you for inviting me to be one of the panelists. My presentation is angled at the national science, technology and innovation policy intervention role in steering the country towards realizing our hydrogen economy potential. Proactively, the overarching policy will be coupled with a dedicated hydrogen technology and economy roadmap that is being developed by Nanotechnology Berhad to ensure key technological competencies and economic targets are achieved. As a start, allow me to provide a context on energy's continuing impact in our lives. Throughout the history of humanity, industrial revolution have also been energy revolution. The next energy revolution is now at accelerating pace, propelled by technology development and innovation. From the modest energy needs of pre-industrial revolution to the growing demands and technological innovation of the 21st century, energy technology has helped shape the world we live in. Our future energy system must therefore be clean and low carbon to ensure the sustainable development of human civilization, which typically calls for policy intervention. On the 1st of July this year, Economic Planning Unit, EPU and MOSTI launched 4IR Blueprint. In February this year, EPU also launched My Digital to promote digitalization in every aspect of our lives. Prior to that, MOSTI launched the National Science, Technology and Innovation Policy 2021 to 2030 to correctly position STI, the primary engine of economic growth, towards SPV 2030. The goal is to transform the country from big technology users to technology developers with 3.5% good value of the country's GDP by 2030. The new policy outlines 6 thrusts along with 20 strategies and 46 initiatives covering all aspects, sectors, including renewable energy. Relevant to the current session, I would like to highlight thrust number 2 and 3. Thrust 2 on technology development through R&D and C&I, providing clear focus areas responding to national grand challenges such as new energy with adequate funding support and good governance on collaborative platform for socio-economic inclusivity. Thrust number 3, endogenous or local technology-based industry, redefining Malaysia's industry through adoption of locally developed technologies by startups and SMEs towards improvement of global competitiveness. To realize the goals of NSTIP, a policy framework, namely MySTIE, integrates 2 major sectors, which is STI and economics, using 10 global SMT drivers with 10 socioeconomic drivers in the country. The aim is to utilize STI as a tool to address national issues, challenges, and shift Malaysia up to the global innovation value chain. Relating the subject matter of day, hydrogen being the most abundant element in the known universe and classified as a circular fuel, could potentially provide a level of energy security to a nation. Using the 10 on 10 SDIE, it can be seen energy security has been identified as a key socioeconomic driver and supported by a selection of relevant technology drivers, namely advanced materials and bioscience technology for more efficient production and storage solution for hydrogen, complemented by sensor technology, advanced intelligence system, blockchain, and 5 and 6G for digitalized smart energy management solution. Fusing the green agenda in the energy security as a key socioeconomic driver, it is reported that renewable energy could power an economic recovery from COVID-19 by spurring global GDP gains of almost 100 trillion USD between now and 2050. The International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, found that accelerating investment in renewable energy like hydrogen could generate huge economic benefits while helping to tackle the global climate emergency. Renewable energy transition will also likely to quadruple the number of jobs in the sector to 42 million globally over the next 30 years due to it being very labor intensive and measurably improve global health and welfare scores through decentralized energy system. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's talk about hydrogen. As we are embarking in the new era of energy revolution, hydrogen is being positioned and used as a low carbon energy source, replacing fossil fuels. Hydrogen is attractive because whether it is burnt to produce heat or rich with and reacted with air in a fuel cell to produce electricity, the only byproduct is water. Other attractive features of hydrogen are being highly density energy carrier, holding about 3 times more energy than petrol, transportable, good for long-term storage, and can also be produced on site and on demand, which is good for decentralized or distributed network. How is the world responding to the economic and environmental potential of hydrogen? Well, we are witnessing a hydrogen energy revolution. Let's look at the EU hydrogen strategy up to Euro 470 billion investment until 2050. Japan hydrogen nation adopting basic hydrogen strategy to create a hydrogen society with up to Japanese yen 408.5 billion nationwide market size by 2030. Korea and Australia both are moving towards ramping up their hydrogen economy as in their roadmap. With clear positive socioeconomic and environmental potential impact of hydrogen as a new source of energy, Malaysia is responding while it is still relatively level playing field. The use of hydrogen can be applied as a replacement to conventional energy source as shown on the diagram in various sectors in Malaysia. Hydrogen used today is dominated by industry, transport, and buildings and others. For Malaysia, we can look at 3 types of hydrogen. Grey hydrogen produced from fossil fuel with carbon emission. Blue hydrogen produced from fossil fuel carbon capture utilization and storage system. The third one, green production of hydrogen using renewable energy by splitting water. As a way forward for Malaysia, consolidation of existing efforts towards a unified hydrogen economy roadmap and action plan has been initiated by MOSTI and assigned under a joint effort of the National Nanotechnology Center and Nano Malaysia with MGTC and Academy of Sciences as strategic partners. And the roadmap needs to take place starting with Malaysia's focus on transitioning Petronas' huge potential of grey to blue hydrogen production capacity to firstly address export market concurrently maturing a national hydrogen economy for eventual mass consumption. Secondly, green hydrogen opportunities, collaborating with large-scale solar initiative. And thirdly, on-site hydrogen generation developed under MOSTI ecosystem to serve market opportunities not served by hydrogen storage, transportation system, and infrastructures. What good is a roadmap with an action plan or delivery framework? In this case, the hydrogen technology and economy roadmap is ambition to align with the 12 Malaysia plan and supported by MOSTI's Malaysia's Grand Challenges, MGC, focus on clean energy. Recently, a funding program under MGC, Malaysia Grand Challenge, namely Strategic Research Fund, SRF, has been restructured with the aim of building a complete ecosystem by design and not by chance through selected implementing agencies. A designated IA for hydrogen economy is, in this example, Nano Malaysia will be responsible in developing the supply and value chains toward the creation of ecosystem, working collaboratively with other agencies such as MGTC and TCA, industry players, startup, SMEs and local large companies and universities or research institutes. The program will also leverage on the National Technology and Innovation Sandbox for market and technology validation prior to commercial deployment. This model or approach is called the venture builder investment model in building an ecosystem by design and not by chance. With that, I ended my presentation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yang Bahagia Dr. Siti Hamisah Tapsir, for your sharing on the science and technology policy perspective on the hydrogen economy, particularly in the innovation ecosystem related to the growth of hydrogen economy in Malaysia. Our next speaker is Yang Bahagia Datuk Baharia Muhammad Tamil. She is currently the Deputy Secretary General for Investment at the Ministry of International Trade and Industry. She will be speaking on the very important topic of enabling investment in green technology and hydrogen economy. Datuk Baharia accumulated vast experience in the realm of international trade and industry development, as she's been serving in MITI, or the Ministry of Trade and Industry, for the past 24 years, since 1996. She was actually trained as a lawyer and then went to do a master's degree in international relations at the Waseda University, Japan. Without further ado, I would like to invite Datuk Baharia to share about 10 minutes on what is MITI's view on hydrogen economy and where are we headed. The floor is yours, Datuk.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all. Yang Berusaha Dr. Hazri, our moderator today, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor for me to be here among all of you distinguished panelists and participants, albeit virtually, to share MITI's perspective on enabling investment in green technology and hydrogen economy. The outline of my presentation can be seen on this slide. Okay. From here, we'll go to the global snapshot on hydrogen-driven initiative across the world. Okay, this will provide a good, quick global snapshot on hydrogen-driven initiative across the world, from EU to Japan to Australia to China and South Korea. You can see that various economies have come out with their own hydrogen-related policies and initiatives, aligning with the Paris Agreement's commitment. Next one will be on the green energy and hydrogen-based investment landscape in Malaysia. In order to go into enabling investment in green technology and hydrogen economy, we need to see where Malaysia is today. From year 2016 until March 2021, MIDA has approved 1,638 green technology projects with total investment of 19.65 billion ringgit and 65 green service companies with total investment of 323.6 million ringgit. These green investments represent 3.6% of the total approved investment across all sectors under MIDA in the same period. Energy generation from renewable sources, there is the solar, biogas, biomass, and mini hydro, is the highest contributor for the approved green technology investment, which has recorded 11.83 11.83 billion ringgit from 1,430 approved projects, followed by energy conservation, also known as energy efficiency project, which has contributed 7.17 billion ringgit from 192 approved projects. Currently, as of December 2020, there are about 5 main players for grey hydrogen production in Malaysia, with total investment of more than 500 million ringgit. For green hydrogen, Sarawak, with its immense renewable energy sources, is leading its green agenda with the launch of the first integrated hydrogen production plant and refueling station in Southeast Asia in 2019. The project was undertaken by Sarawak Energy Berhad in collaboration with the Lean EOX Sdn Berhad to build a facility which includes a plant that produces hydrogen through electrolysis and refueling station for the state's first hydrogen-powered vehicle. This is in line with the state's government vision to establish an emission-free transportation system. It is capable of producing up to 130 kilograms of hydrogen per day at a purity of 99.99%. That's almost 100%, ladies and gentlemen. It also comes with a capacity for refueling of up to 10 hydrogen-powered buses and cars per day. Earlier in the year, the state held the first hydrogen-powered bus trial in Kuching. The current capacity is able to cater for 5 buses. Next is on the ongoing initiative in driving green technology, hydrogen economy-based investment. Okay, from knowing where we are now going to how. Okay, Malaysia Investment Development Authority, or MIDA, is a government principal investment promotion and development agency that assumed a special role in promoting the green technology industry. Amid the ongoing pandemic, MIDA continues to intensify its effort to assist both local and foreign investors by formulating policies as well as providing incentive, facilities, and support services to encourage more investment into the green technology industry. The green technology incentive has been introduced to industrial and commercial entities to accelerate the adoption of green technology in line with the Nation Green Agenda since announced in 2001. Energy conservation and energy generation for biomass was pioneer qualifying activities in promoting green initiative. During Budget 2014, the scope of qualifying activities has been broadened across various green technology industries, such as energy, transportation, building, and waste management and supporting services activities. The encouraging achievement has convinced the government to extend the incentive until 2023, and this is announced in Budget 2020. The government expects the upward trend for the recorded investment flow to continue to sustain its momentum in the coming years and achieve its set target by the country despite the pandemic. Okay, I will touch briefly on the tax incentive. Briefly, there is one that is what we call the Green Investment Tax Allowance, or GITA. It is an allowance of 100% of the qualifying capital expenditure incurred on a green technology project for 3 years from the date of its first qualifying capital expenditure. And the qualifying activities we can be considered for GITA is 1, renewable energy, 2, energy efficiency, 3, green building, 4, green data center, and then integrated waste management. And on the other hand, there's also the green income tax exemption, or GITE. It is a tax exemption of 70% on statutory income for qualifying green services for the green services provider. And the qualifying activities which can be considered for GITE include the electrical vehicle, or EV, green certification and verification, and also green township. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want to show here is that there are many government incentives to support green investment projects. Okay, this slide, the next slide, is to show the private sector and how this government should work together. This is where Malaysia should be exploring potential investment on developing specialized industrial park. Take example on the hydrogen energy industrial park in China, whereby the industrial park are established as specific industrial cluster focusing on the production of hydrogen energy from various sources of feedstock, the production of hydrogen storage and transportation system, and hydrogen application streams. The next slide is that just to show that industrial park developer and manager should also make consideration of the downstream industry demand pattern and make performance of eco-industrial park measured based on economic and environmental benefit from the integrated microgrid hydrogen production and utilization. I think this is where I really want to talk about. This is about the new investment policy based on national investment aspiration. The Cabinet on 21st April has agreed for MITI to lead the new investment policy based on national investment aspiration, or known as NIA. At its very core, the NIA seeks to review, recalibrate, and reform our approach towards attracting high-value investment into the country. The 5 core parameters framing the NIA will be integral to enhance our competitiveness and ensure that Malaysia remains preferred investment destination. This aspiration will bear the foundation for Malaysia to become regional investment hub, which will, 1, increase economic diversity and complexity through the development of sophisticated products and services with high local R&D innovation. 2, create high-value jobs with high skill and better income for the rakyat. 3, expand domestic linkages by improving the resiliency of domestic supply chain. 4, develop new and existing clusters focusing on high productivity sectors and development of local products and services. And 5, improve inclusivity across areas and communities. Policy coherence is central to NIA, as we will work collectively with all the ministries and agencies to ensure that domestic policies and regulation are cohesive yet dynamic and able to cater to current and future challenges. And we hope that this new and up-to-date policy will assume an assertive role in fostering business competitiveness in Malaysia. Given that the NIA is instrumental in every aspect of the investor's journey, this aspiration will also be integrated in all national development strategies, including in the upcoming 12th Malaysia Plan and in new Industrial Master Plan, the IMP. Okay, I think the next slide is on the ESG, but I think I'll skip that one first. Given the multidimensional nature of the investment ecosystem, the policy approach to rewarding private investment, both domestic and foreign, need to be comprehensive. Malaysia's unique value proposition span across a wide array of elements such as incentive, facilitation, talent, infrastructure, as well as legal regulatory procedures and institutional mechanism. Moving forward, a holistic review of the investment promotion strategies, instruments, and landscape is critical in attracting quality investment. This would encourage quality investment in new and positive complex growth area, foster innovation and sophistication, create greater job opportunities, and improve income prospects. It will also further build investors and business confidence in Malaysia as we continue to remain competitive and serve as the epicenter for economic and business activities in the region. This slide basically is a snapshot of what we intend to achieve prior to the implementation of the new investment policy. The journey to reach all the milestones will be done concurrently. Essentially, the government will focus on transforming our national investment agenda towards increasing investment guided by national investment aspiration, that is NIA, in creating quality and high value investment. And here I come to the conclusion. In closing, as a basic as element abundantly available, Hydrogen has great potential to reduce reliance on fossil energy sources such as oil and the emission of greenhouse gases and other pollutants. However, before it can assume a more significant energy role and become a widely used alternative to gasoline, new facilities and systems must be built to accommodate the widespread use of hydrogen. MITI, through MIDA, as the principal enabler of investment and facilitator of the industrial development efforts in the country, will continue to engage with the relevant stakeholders to promote investment in a clean and secure energy future. Thank you very much, Dr. Hazri. I hope that is within the time that you have given me. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you, Yang Bahagia, Datuk Baria. That was fine in terms of time management and also the content. It is very upbeat. The investment environment is very welcoming. I think we are looking at a very bright future for the penetration or better penetration of hydrogen energy in Malaysia. Our next speaker is Mr. Dr. Amran bin Alias, who is now he's the principal economist in the Fiscal and Economics Division of the Ministry of Finance, Malaysia. The MOF has announced a number of interesting way forward. For instance, the extension of the Green Technology Financing Scheme, and also I think what really got the sector excited was the sustainability bond under Sukuk Prihatin. And we look forward to hear more from you, Dr. Amran. What are the goodies that we can expect in the next in the forthcoming months and years? Dr. Amran Alias is like I mentioned, is a principal economist under the Fiscal and Economic Division. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Amran for your sharing. Thank you.
Yang berbahagia, Prof. Dato' Insinyur Dr. A. Bakar Jaafar, Chairman, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center, who is also our moderator today. The distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, the participants in the roundtable discussions of the Strategic Lab on Visioning a Hydrogen Economy for Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, I would like to thank the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center for inviting us to this roundtable dialogue to share what MOF is doing on encouraging green activities in Malaysia. We realize that the topic given to us, which is green stimulus packages for economic recovery, might elude us to link the measures that the government has undertaken on green initiatives in supporting the economic recovery process as a result of the pandemic. But what we are going to share today would be on a more comprehensive and holistic approach that MOF is currently undertaking as part of the effort to further encourage the development of green activities in Malaysia, including towards achieving the national commitments in addressing climate change and attaining the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, by 2030. To us, they are all interrelated, and every effort undertaken is actually aimed at achieving a similar and common goal, that is the Sustainable Development Agenda. My name is Amran Alias from the Fiscal and Economics Division of MOF. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome the participants to the roundtable dialogue. It is great to see these kind of efforts where various presentations and discussions are going to be held on green growth, including on hydrogen economy, and I'm so glad to be part of it. Before I continue with my presentation on initiatives to encourage green activities, I must say that MOF is currently playing its role to ensure Malaysia accelerates its economic recovery through the various economic stimulus packages totaling RM 530 billion so far. It is equally critical to steer our attention and emphasis on efforts to mitigate climate change risk, as climate-related risk could be as devastating or worse effects on the real economic and financial sectors. Like COVID-19, climate change knows no boundaries and could manifest in manifold and far-reaching impacts. These include the emergence of health crises due to the extreme weather, which had led to events such as floods and droughts, as well as food security and supply chain issues, resulting in economic and financial instability, which will disrupt our day-to-day life. Thus, it is pivotal to address these issues accordingly before the situation gets even worse. Ladies and gentlemen, the emphasis to attain the SDGs, encourage the development of green growth, and pursue the climate change agenda is nothing new to the government. However, at MOF, these aspects had only begun to be given a higher emphasis in the 2021 budget, while a number of initiatives such as green procurement, GTFS facilities, and other initiatives have started by the ministry in the past. It was not until the 2021 budget that a sustainability agenda is fully entrenched in our annual budget. This agenda will be given a similar, if not even higher emphasis in the upcoming 2022 budget, in line with the current government's policy priorities. Beginning the 2021 budget also, the SDGs are now fully aligned to our annual development budget. Through this initiative, we would be able to assess and identify the financing gaps that are currently exist for SDG-related programs and projects, including projects on green initiatives. Towards this, we are happy to share that we are currently at the tail end of establishing the My SDG Trust Fund, which is a platform that enables multi-parties contribution, be it from the private sectors, individuals, or entities within and outside of Malaysia who wish to be part of the national effort to attain the SDGs. This fund will help fill in the financing gap and complement the annual budget allocation provided by the government in financing SDG-related projects, including on activities related to green growth, which we hope to work with the international agencies, NGOs, and CSOs as project implementers. Secondly, as you are probably aware, we had successfully issued our sustainability sukuk in April this year, the first of its kind in the world, to the value of $1.3 billion and was oversubscribed by 6.4 times across the world. Again, the proceeds from the issuance would be used to finance related programs and projects, including on green activities or initiatives. Hopefully, this will help in the implementation of various green and sustainability-related programs and projects, and thus spurring further the development of green growth in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the various financing options that have been devised to further promote green growth in the country, MOF is also currently working with various other international bodies to further strengthen our financing ability to meet the national financing for development needs. One of the projects is a collaboration between MOF and the United Nations Development Programme, or UNDP, to establish an integrated national financing framework, or INFF, which comprises platforms for innovation and reforms spanning from policy, regulations, financial instruments, and institutions, including public-private collaboration. To further complement this, we also need to develop a more complete, unified, and explicit framework for sustainable finance through the development of Sustainable Finance Roadmap, a project to be undertaken potentially in collaboration with the UK's Partnering for Accelerated Climate Transition, or UKPAC. Through these projects, the government could benefit from the outcomes or outputs in terms of the identification of the existing financing landscape, the existing and future financing gaps, and hence can enable the government to make an informed decision on the most suitable financing options to be implemented moving forward. This would enable the nation to consider all financing resources available nationwide, be it in the public or private sectors, towards ensuring ample and adequate finance are provided for the national development, including on enhancing the development of green growth in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change has become more significant nowadays. It is now coined as a global emergency. We have seen that many catastrophes such as extreme heat, forest fire, floods, landslides, and typhoons had ravaged various parts of the world due to the impact of deforestation, resources depletion, and excessive carbon emissions. Various efforts are being undertaken at the global level to address the impact of climate change and expedite further the transition of businesses towards adopting low-carbon activities. For example, the European Union is set to implement a Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM, beginning 2023, which essentially seeks to impose a carbon price on imported goods as a way to equalize costs for European industries, which could have relocated their production facilities in countries not enforcing any carbon regulations. This will have a negative impact on the competitiveness of Malaysian exporters with products entering the EU market, as they now have to factor in this additional tax in their overall cost structures, hence resulting in higher prices for their products. Recently, the US is also considering a similar measure called polluter import fee, which might impact Malaysian businesses even further, as the EU and the US are among the most important trading partners for the nation. As such, efforts need to be further intensified to raise the level of awareness among the industry players on the need to take this new development into consideration and quickly adopt low-carbon activities in their businesses' operations, or losing out on their export competitiveness. Realizing this, there are a number of studies or initiatives in the pipeline that the ministry would want to work on, especially in utilizing economic instruments of carbon pricing, such as carbon tax, and the development of an emission trading scheme, or ETS, to further encourage the industries to transition to low carbon activities. On the carbon tax, MOF is currently engaging with the World Bank to come up with a study that would recommend the best potential taxation mechanism that can be implemented in this country by analyzing the different approaches undertaken by other countries on this and obtain lessons learned from them. Whereas on ETS, we are currently working with the Ministry of Environment and Water, or KASA, in assessing the most appropriate ETS mechanism that can be in place in this country to entice industries in engaging in carbon trading domestically, while at the same time still meeting our nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, as committed in the Paris Agreement of the UNFCCC. There have been various efforts currently being undertaken in the final process of planning by MOF and other relevant agencies in further encouraging or incentivizing the green growth in the country. But what is most notable is the recent establishment of the Malaysian Climate Action Council, or MyCAC, chaired by YAB Prime Minister, which has had its first meeting recently. The council brings together all the economic ministries and state governments to ensure policy alignment regarding climate change issues and the green development agenda. This important platform is where the development of national green growth can be one of its mainstay agenda, and hence ensure that this area is given a continued focus and emphasis at the very highest level. MOF will play its pivotal role in supporting the implementation of the agreed projects and incentives from the financing aspect through the whole of a nation approach with the aim of further incentivizing the development of green growth in the country, while at the same time meeting our NDCs and achieve SDGs by 2030. As for my last words, I wish to inform that MOF is currently soliciting and compiling the proposals from ministries and agencies as well as the relevant stakeholders to be considered in the 2022 budget. Thus, if there are specific proposals on green activities or green growth that any organizations would like MOF to deliberate and consider as part of the measures to be announced in the upcoming budget, we welcome them. Please submit the proposals to our ministry and we will study them in a more detail for potential consideration. On that note, I would like to thank the organizer again for inviting MOF and for organizing this event with many prominent speakers and international presenters a part of it. I hope everyone will find the roundtable meaningful, and I wish you a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Amran Alias, for your sharing, presenting the view from the Ministry of Finance. It is good to know that the ministry is now thinking of coming up with a SDG package that will get more players into this domain. We have finished the round of listening to all the 5 presentations, and I think we are in a better position now to see where are we when it comes to how our hydrogen energy focus in the country. And to join us in the question and answer exchange is I would like to welcome again the panelists who have presented, Dato' Valuvan, Dato' Dr. Zani Ujang from KASA, Dato' Valuvan from the Economic Planning Unit. Dr. Rizal Khairi will be representing Dato' Dr. Siti Hamisa from MOSTI. Dato' Baharia, welcome again, Deputy KSU of the MITI. And Dr. Nirwan will be representing the Fiscal and Economic Division of Ministry of Finance. Welcome everyone, and thank you for making time for this exchange. We have about half an hour for a round of exchange on the where do we go from here. So we've listened to all your presentations. Apparently all the ministries are thinking along the same line, but the question is, as I addressed it earlier, the excitement with hydrogen is very much understandable because it has the potential to decarbonize the whole energy system. I guess the million-dollar question is, where do we begin? Where do we start? Which sector should we prioritize? I think that Dr. Zani Ujang started to point to some directions. Maybe I would like to invite the panelists to go, each of the panelists to respond to this. Where do we prioritize? Where do we start? I would like to invite Dato' Valu first from the Economic Planning Unit. Dato'? Dato', you are muted, Dato'. It seems that there's a bit of perhaps technical challenge on the from Dato' Valu's platform. Can I maybe while addressing that, if you don't mind, Dato' Valu, maybe I invite Dato' Dr. Zaini to come on board first, and then we'll go back to Dato' Valu. Thank you. Dato', you are also muted, Dato' Dr. Zaini Ujang. You are muted as well.
Okay, Dr. Azri, I think what we need to start is to follow through what we have started. Say, for example, the rate column or the rate icon is about things that we have done or we are finishing or we are trying to do now. Hydrogen roadmap, whatever. Next in line is the blue colors, the green colors. since I'm a chemical engineer by training, I learned about hydrogen production 30 years ago, from the late Professor Hamdani, probably 35 years ago. And then the easiest way to attract investment in the country or to this business is to have enough hydrogen in the country. So hydrogen is look like a new fuel, a new gas, a new coal. So if we have coal in the country, so a lot of people will come because they know that they can reduce the risk of not getting them in the future. I think this is very important, green hydrogen production. And then the other one is green hydrogen production from waste incineration or from ocean thermal, whatever, as I mentioned earlier. So this is the easiest way, because while developing that, if we are not able to use it locally, we can export. So it is an export items that we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zaini. So you're saying that we should focus on green hydrogen. Of course, there are other types of hydrogen as well, the grey hydrogen and the blue hydrogen. And I think Sarawak has also started looking at the, the potential coming from the gas. So that's one way to go about. Maybe can I get is Dato' Valu back with us? If he's not with us yet, maybe Dr. Rizal, do you have a comment on that? Where do we begin?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Hezri, representing Dr. KSU MOSTI on this matter. We at the KASA at the very nascent stage for us to consolidate some of the existing initiatives in Malaysia. Sarawak has led the foray to hydrogen, which is good, a very positive pathfinder project. And I do believe that Semenanjung Malaysia will follow suit, but using a different strategy. So Dr. Sri Zaini Ujah mentioned about some of the waste opportunity to convert into hydrogen waste, but we can also jump onto the blue hydrogen bandwagon by leveraging on the pre-existing richness of the hydrocarbon, but it requires capex investment from the likes of Petronas in terms of the carbon capture utilization system and storage and whatnot. So I do agree with Dr. Zaini Ujang with regards to while we are developing our national ecosystem in terms of use cases, which market sector we can export out. So we'll create an immediate economic impact for the country. At the same time, concomitantly, Malaysia will develop use cases, the buses, the trucks, the motorcycle. So when I mention those buses, cars and trucks, transportation sector will be the most obvious choice for us to foray in Malaysia. Because if you look at the hydrogen opportunity, if you compare to fossil fuel petrol, for example, hydrogen is able to produce 3 times more energy compared to the same amount of weight by fossil fuel. So that would translate into a huge opportunity for us to further decarbonize our economy. And secondly, compared to the standard electric vehicle powered by batteries, hydrogen has a bigger advantage. 1 kilogram of hydrogen can propel the car to a driving range of 100 kilometers, whereas battery has an intrinsic weight. So every 10 kilowatt hour worth of battery, it adds another 15 kilogram weight to the car. So hydrogen has a very clear advantage in terms of what we can do in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rizal. And that makes it interesting for the perhaps the haulage sector or the truck and also shipping to go into this, because of that feature of hydrogen. I'm just curious whether Datuk Baharia share the same line of thinking with Dr. Zaini and also Dr. Rizal. Datuk, what's your thought?
Thank you, Dr. Hezri. Thank you very much. I am in line with everybody, what all the other panelists have said. And I believe, as I have said just now, inside the presentation, there is, I mentioned about the Green Investment Tax Allowance, the GITA, and also the GITE, where the qualifying activities that can be considered were the renewable energy. energy efficiency, green building, green data center, integrated waste management, and for the GITE, they include the electrical vehicle and also green certification and verification and green township. So these are actually, we are, for me, we are moving in the right area. We are giving the right incentive. And if I can show back the slide about the eco-industrial park, I think this is where we should be. There is the need to improve the policy space and tune in with the NIA, I believe. Hence, MITI, as usual, we are here willing to cooperate with key ministries and agencies like as KASA and MOSTI to work on this. Thank you, Dr. Hazri.
Thank you, Dato'. Of course, there's huge potential here. I was in conversation with the State Government of Perak, representative from State Government of Perak recently, and they have this Silver Valley Technology Park, which is up and coming. And perhaps this is an interesting way to specialize and to dangle enough carrot for people to come to some of these states which are looking for investment. So that's very interesting. I would like to now invite Datuk Valu. We missed you just now. So you want to respond to the question of where do we begin? I mean, from the perspective of the Economic Planning Unit, maybe?
Okay, are we still the first question? Sorry.
First question still, yes.
Question, okay. I'm sorry about that. If you ask me, it's direct forward question, which industry or sectors we want to give prioritize. Of course, when people look at it, we think about the mobility is one of the sectors that we want to, it's like a quick win. But I think we have to look at more a bigger perspective in terms of usage of hydrogen, because hydrogen seems as a new energy is coming here. So it recovers many sectors as well. We look at the manufacturing sector, so you can look at how the OEMs now coming out with new initiative or new terms, like Airbus is coming out with zero emission policies that will force the new commercial flights which use the hydrogen, and then we have KASA, which where carbon emissions will be charged from the flights coming in. So it covers a various spectrum of the sectors. You're asking about manufacturing, or you're asking about the smart farming as well. Also, is look at the hydrogen because it's a source of energy. So it should covers all sectors. But a quick win, of course, people will look at the transportation is the most easiest way to do. When we have a new energy, hydrogen is replacing fuel or anything, then it will boost up the or catalyze the energy. So that is my macro view of what the first question all about.
Right. So thank you, Dato'. So mobility, but look at the big picture. And now I would like to invite Dr. Nirwan.
Sorry, moderator, I just want to add one more thing. Because why I'm thinking about the big picture is in Malaysia particularly, we are thinking of, we want more creators, innovation creators, because there's new innovations coming in. So when you look at the bigger picture, we can have more SMEs coming into the innovation as well. 97.2% of establishment here is SMEs. So we want this to be nurtured among them to come up with new energies, new technologies. Is hydrogen, yes, it's energy, but how to make sure that the hydrogen is applicable, easy, fast, and affordable. So these are things challenge we have to give. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Balu. There's also, I think, the potential for cross-sector financings, like what's happening in Singapore, for instance, with their drive. They're driving this carbon-free digital economy. So I think this is where the possibilities in the digital sector can also be merged with hydrogen economy, for instance. But before we move further, I would just like to get Dr. Nirwan to say a few words about where do we prioritize or where do we begin. Please, Dr. Nirwan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hazri. So basically, I wish to echo the views from everyone just now. So as everyone mentioned, the transportation sector, I think probably we can look at as the top priority, as this sector is actually emit the most GHG emission. If you look at the accounting. But we basically would like to see the whole ecosystem, the whole framework on this, because we also need to look at the demand side, also the supply side. If we're looking at hydrogen economy, we have to look at the current infrastructure that we have. Currently, majority of our energy, the bigger chunk is still fossil fuel based. So we need to have a complete transition plan for this, for us to go into hydrogen economy. And we have to look at infrastructure. Let's say if we want to concentrate more and promote the use of electric vehicles, for instance, we have to have all the facilities, the charger, this has been an issue whereby not everyone would have, the charging facility at home or, at certain places around the city. This one, Malaysia, we need to plan ahead so that it will be widespread, it will be easy for people to use it, for everyone to actually have a good demand for electricity as a source of energy. And also we have to look at from the supply side, we have to have the supply of it. As I understand, hydrogen energy basically uses a lot of natural gas, in the production of it. So we have to look at, the stock of hydrogen, natural gas that we have. How are we going to interrelate the different sectors, from the energy sector with the transportation sector and the manufacturing as well. So this has to be formulated or formed into a complete ecosystem so that MOF could have a better view, from the experts of the various areas for us to provide our support later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Niwan. Yes, so looking at both the supply and demand equation is very important to move forward. But I think during the presentation early in the morning, there was a mention about Sarawak moving into this space very early. And if I can tweak the question a bit, why did Sarawak move in the first in the first place? How did it come from MITI, or was it the state itself was driven to move into this space? I'm just curious. And how do we get the other states to be excited with this new development? Maybe Datuk Baria first, and then we move along with other panels. Datuk.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hazri. I think this is where I think we have been saying that this for a very long time. I think MITI has always been in engagement. In anything, we always engage the other parties. The buy-in is very important. I think whatever I think is no longer is like from top to bottom. It's always now engagement. Only when the other parties is acceptable and willing to do it, then I think it can be done. I think that is basically what I can say at the moment. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dato'. So what is the formula really, Dr. Zaini? Was it because Sarawak has all this huge reserve capacity that they move into this space?
I think so. And Sarawak would like to position themselves as the green state or the green growth. To really go down to the supply chain of green growth economy. I think that's very important. If you look into potential that we have in Sarawak with Bakun in place, they have very cheap energy compared to, say, for example, this is when I was KSU of Kedah. The cost of, say, for example, power plant from coal is about 24 cents. And if you choose natural gas, it's about 42 cents. But if you use Bakun, it is less than 18 cents So it's very cheap. Therefore, when we started talking about Bakun, I was on board of Bakun Hydro once. The idea was to transport the energy from Sarawak to Semenanjung. And people said that it is impossible. But now, Australia is getting energy from neighboring countries. They get cheaper energy and they don't have to sacrifice, say, for example, their land for infrastructure. They just get clean energy, whatever energy they want, and then they get it half the price. So with that, hydrogen is the energy that can be exported. Therefore, when I started talking, you asked this question, I said that the first we must do is to produce hydrogen. If you cannot do it because you don't have vehicles or engines to use it, you can export. Yeah, it is easily to be packed. It can be as good as sending natural gas abroad.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Zaini. Do you share that view, Dr. Rizal and Dr. Niwat, in your view, or Dr. Velu?
Yeah, sorry, just to chip in for I just want to relate the Sarawak's case to the FOIA policy that we have designed. It is like, is what kind of, it is it's the policy of the Sarawak is like what they want to design. Taking into consideration of lifestyle they want to live, see, but they have the resources. So they have created a future generation, hence the policy is important. To steer coherence, like what is saying, because they have this, it is not by chance, it is by the design. They determine, okay, the hydrogen, we have resources, ample resources, we can do it, and then they push it for it. So that is a good example that we would like to see more from other states coming in. And of course, macro level need to have a good policy to steer the states through the whatever we want to do on the hydrogen economy. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Valu. Are we suggesting that there is a need to come up with a national strategy on this, Dr. Rizal or Dr. Niwan or Dato' Baria maybe? Do we need another policy or what we have enough?
If I can chip in first, okay. From our view, like Sarawak is taking the lead, okay, because they are setting, the goal for them to move forward in this. So I think it's a good example, as Dr. Velu said just now, for other states, because for us at the federal level, sometimes it's a bit difficult for us to influence the states, to be together, because we have, the different lists, we have the federal list, we have the states list, we have, the both concurrent lists. So normally on environmental issues, we depend very much on the cooperation by the state. So when we have Sarawak going forward, having their own plan to achieve certain objectives, especially on hydrogen economy, looking at what resources that they have, it is a good sign actually for the federal government, and we can set Sarawak as an example for other states for our future collaboration with other states. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rizal?
Oh yes, I think responding to the statement you made with regards to do we need a roadmap, it's a resounding yes, because we are looking at a fragmented approach by different entities. And what Sarawak has been doing, is still doing, is great. It opens that pathfinder for us to explore opportunities with regards to hydrogen economy. So they've gone straight into the green hydrogen bandwagon. So it gives us a case study, a business case study for Semenanjung, the rest of the state. Say, okay, since Sarawak has taken that leap of faith, jumping from ignoring blue, of course, grey, pushing aside, straight into green. So from the Semenanjung perspective, what kind of renewable energy resources that we can put in motion to replicate Sarawak's ambitious initiative? So we can look at how we can repurpose the LSS, the large solar scale, Yeah, maybe some of those micro dams. In the future, I think we're talking about decentralized generation of hydrogen. So those micro dams, pico dams, we're looking at empowering the rural areas with those, those small size hydrogen generator for long-term storage. So that's an opportunity. We have to play something similar, that maybe a different context to what Semenanjung can play. Solar, those micro dams, smaller dams here and there everywhere. Of course, Petronas, having those wealth of hydrocarbon resources, they can transition slowly into blue before going into green as such. So the roadmap that we are looking at is first establish a strong baseline. Look what Sarawak is doing. Look what Petronas can offer in terms of potential. Look at potential offtake by Tenaga Nasional, and look at all those projects initiated, the innovative projects by the universities and whatnot, for the way forward to replace the existing processes to produce hydrogen. So that will be the so-called context of the roadmap. While we are looking at the now, the immediate terms, but we also to look at the future technology to replace or to supplant the threat intensive technology for greater use and democratization of hydrogen as a truly source of clean energy for the country.
Thank you, Dr. Rizal. Especially like what Dr. Zaini mentioned, if we are thinking of exporting this, then you need a more coordinated approach. I just wonder, Dato' Valu, in the much awaited national energy policy, is there a clear sort of pointers on how hydrogen energy can be part of the mix?
One answer is yes, but I'm not at the liberty to elaborate more of the policy. But it is a big yes. Let us see how the policy when it's launched. It's another division is doing it, but in terms of policy, yes, we have on the hydrogen policy, hydrogen economy. Now, not only on that what we call energy policy, but on the our 12 plan, Malaysia's 12 plan also we have included the hydrogen. So let us wait for the announcement by the government once Parliament is approved.
Yeah,
Azri, can I add, Azri?
Dato', please, Dato' Zaini.
Yeah. I think this diagram is very important for us to understand. Energy sector is an issue. Okay, as I mentioned, transportation is only 25%. If you want to replace everything, and we have electric vehicles ready in market at the moment and easy. Because with the new charging technology, you can do it yourself. The second one is oil and gas industries, which is under much scrutiny at the moment. With ESG, as mentioned by Dr. Bhatia just now, I think people are afraid to be associated with oil and gas industries if they are investors at the moment. They try to go away from fossil fuel based. When we had the ministry and Bursa Malaysia had webinar, it's about a month ago or 2 months ago, Tan Sri Wahid Omar asked question to panels whether we want to be in that bandwagon or we clear ourselves. Okay, this is the transition. By 2050, there is no more oil and gas operation in the country. I just give you an example. So many countries are doing that, including Qatar. Qatar is heavily based on oil and gas. And by 2050, they said that there is no business oil and gas in Qatar anymore. And the same thing happened in Norway. Norway even, they do it much earlier, by 2035, if I'm not mistaken. So that is an opportunity for us to migrate fast. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have potential to produce hydrogen. So why not we replace that with hydrogen? So we can export while others are still waiting for a matured economy. I think production of gas is already matured. The question is investment and where to export. That's the issue that we have to understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zaini. So I think that 22% is worth probing further in the forthcoming months. And of course, this will again point to the need for a more coordinated approach. We are moving to this direction. Just to give justice to some of our online participants who had, who asked some question, I would just like to share a slide, the screen, so that we can have a look at some of the questions.
Oh, it's too small.
Yeah, too small to see. If I can just pick one by Mr. Ahmad Khairi Ghani from Bunga Raya Foundation. Hello, back in early 2000 in one of the international conference that I attended, the problem and issues with hydrogen that was addressed then is the problem of an embrittlement in any system. What has Malaysia in terms of policy done to address this? So that's question. I don't know whether that relates to the stability of the hydrogen, I think, in the system. And then there's also a question on challenges of using hydrogen for transportation. Are the infrastructure and facilities for hydrogen ready and safe? I think safety is another big issue in the earlier debate on hydrogen. I think there's more excitement about it now than before. Any response on the stability of hydrogen and also safety from the panel?
Okay, hydrogen can be a bomb. So if you don't, we have hydrogen bomb before atomic bomb. I think the technology that available at the moment, they can contain the issue and the risk is less. There are two schools of thought. For Europeans, they use hydrogen for big vehicles, buses, lorries. Yeah. For Japan, they use it for small vehicles. Honda, Toyota. I mean, earlier today we had ambassador of Japan talking about hydrogen economy in Japan. So they don't go for big vehicles, because big vehicles they think more issues to be addressed because okay, whatever. So I think as far as safety is concerned is not an issue. The question is now space. So to go longer, we must be better than electricity. Electric vehicles. So you consume. I've seen that in Tsukuba about 2 years ago. The container is big. The container is half of your bonnet booth at the back. So it is too much. And then they try to make it smaller, compress it even smaller. So I think as far as we are progressing, it's a lot of technology can improve.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments from the members of the panel?
Yeah, if I may, you rightly said in terms of it's about compressing the gas. So the latest Toyota, I think Mirai, if I'm not mistaken, right, for hydrogen, they have developed this advanced composite to replace the traditional metal-based cylinder, which offers the best performance in terms of kilowatt or watt-hour per kilogram. So in terms of the R&D in the material space, that is moving in the right direction for us to have much more compact, safer storage of hydrogen on board. Another potential application of hydrogen storage, which I think a lot of people tend to overlook, is solid state. Solid state is gaining, hydrogen is gaining popularity in the past 4 years. We've seen a lot of patents now being filed to look at how hydrogen can be stored in the solid state and be used on site. So you generate hydrogen when on demand, when you need it, based on a certain chemical reaction. So you can literally store it without any potential of it becoming a bomb or any kind of possible leakages. So that is what we are trying to do in Malaysia, which Malaysia now owns an IP in terms of generating hydrogen from solid state matter. So we can literally move the hydrogen in solid state without any worry of safety. So this is something that we are proud of, that we can push into commercial scale in the very near future. So something to look out for in this space.
Thank you, Dr. Rizal. I'm just looking at my watch now. We've reached 12:45. I think we've extended about 15 minutes, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for convening this session, and it will be a couple more days of exciting sharing on the different panels. But for this panel, I think we have hopefully addressed our terms of reference. Of course, the goal is not to provide any definitive answers, but we have ventured into the key line of reasoning when it comes to the public policy and also, government framework for addressing or for mainstreaming hydrogen economy. And I think we have also touched upon some tension points that we should avoid. and potential scenarios moving forward. And I think we also sort of pinpoint to one is the need to really look at to be specific where and when hydrogen economy can help. I think with particularly from the slides that Dr. Zaini shared, there are some points there that we can begin with. And also with our big ambition, there is a need for a more coordinated approach. And I'm sure that this forum today is just an icing on the cake. There will be more conversation at the policy level on what we should do to mainstream hydrogen economy in Malaysia. Once again, I would like to thank all the distinguished panel members, and I hope to be able to interact with you again in the near future. Thank you, and thank you to the organizers.
Thank you.
Pass back to Encik Hamad Aminuddin.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the moderator, Dr. Hezri, for great handling of the session. If it was for me, I'll be Gabra to manage such esteemed speakers, especially panelists, presenters from various key ministries. Thank you to all speakers again for their great presentations and very engaging discussions, very provocative discussion. I learned a lot today from Datuk V. Walwan, Datuk Sri Engineer Dr. Zaini, from Dr. Rizal, Datuk Bahria, and Dr. Nirwan. Thank you again. We're coming to an end for the first roundtable dialogue session. And this is not the last for the day. In fact, we have another one upcoming after this, and then we'll be having another another 5 basically, if we to include the next one. So the next roundtable dialogue session will be entitled Hydrogen Economy for the Global Sustainable Development, where we'll be having speakers and panelists sharing their side of the experience on hydrogen economy from across the globe. So what we have seen today, and for this session, is more of the national landscape and what we have in line, for example, on hydrogen development policy in Malaysia. So what we'll be having next is more of the global sharing in terms of the experience that they have. So we'll be having a long break for about 2.5 hours before our next session that will be starting at 3:30 p.m. Malaysia time or GMT +8. So thank you everyone again. Everyone stay safe, take care, and thank you again for joining us.
Thank you, Doctor.
Greeting Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Now we are ready for our next agenda of the day, which is the Roundtable Dialogue Session 2, entitled Hydrogen Economy for the Global Sustainable Development. This session is aimed as a platform for knowledge and experience sharing from our respective speakers and panelists hailing from all over the world. The session will be starting with a series of presentations by the speakers, followed by a live Q&A session moderated by our moderator, which is Dr. Gary. First of all, let me introduce Dr. Gary to all of the audience. Dr. Gary William Teixeira is currently the technical expert at the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center, MGTC. He was previously attached with MASTEC, NRE, and FIM on a number of courses where he was the G77 and China coordinator. He was also our national climate change negotiator in COP7 in Marrakesh, Morocco, and COP12 in Norway, Kenya, through COP90 in Warsaw, Poland. He has been involved with various climate negotiations, CRAW group, working group, national committee, and on climate-related programs and communications. He holds a PhD from the Mississippi State University, USA, and a BSc and MSc from the Southern Illinois University, also from the US. If I were to actually continue, I can explain more and more about the biography of Dr. Gary. But without further ado, I'll now pass my microphone to the moderator for the session. Please welcome Dr. Gary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hamad, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the International Hydrogen Economy. You are now at Roundtable Dialogue Session 2, which is entitled Hydrogen Economy for Global Sustainable Development. We are very privileged this afternoon to have with us 6 distinguished speakers who will share with us their country's respective experiences with the hydrogen economy. And I'm certainly looking forward to this series of panelists. Just a few housekeeping rules before we begin. Each speaker will have 15 minutes to make their presentations, after which we will have 40 minutes of question and answers. So ladies and gentlemen, we do welcome your questions. There's a Q&A box. Kindly type your questions into that box. Indicate your name if you'd like. We'd like to address you by name. And if you want to direct your question to a specific panelist, do identify that as well. All right. So with that, let's not waste any more time and get started. Our first speaker is Mr. A.G. Chira. He's the Director General of the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Technology Office, Smart Community and Energy Systems Department. He joined NATO in 1992, just after graduating from the Tokyo University of Science. He served as a visiting scholar at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, from 1997 through 1998, before taking up his current position in April of 2013. Since then, he has served in several positions, including representative at the NATO Asian Representative Office, as well as director of the Energy Storage Technology Division. Mr. A.G. Chira will be speaking on the topic of Japan's strategies towards realization of the hydrogen society. Uehara-san, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Gray. So your kind introduction. And first of all, I very much thank you for the organizer to invite me at this very important workshop. It's my second time to joining IGEM since I remember that my first time at 2010, also 10 years ago. So I suppose it's the first time in IGEM. So I strongly respect your effort to continue and expand this good event. Yeah, today I bring some information to how Japan promotes hydrogen current and future. And let me start on our current policy, what mean energy and environment policy. Yes, last year in October, and Japan unveiled our new environment policy, which is to realize net zero or carbon neutrality by 2050. Our previous target is minus 80% by 2050. It means it's kind of an ambitious target for us. To achieve this ambitious target, and Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry formulate green growth strategy to achieving carbon neutrality in 2050. It's not only environment policy, but also industry policy to develop such kind of the positive cycle, economic growth, and environment protection. And also their strategy set 14 priority fields, including the hydrogen, to be accelerate for their carbon neutrality. To support R&D activity, R&D is very much important for in this section, and the METI established Green Innovation Fund. It's approximately 19 billion for 10 years R&D activities, right? Okay, this is the current hydrogen direction, and we have a detail and maybe discussed in the future, but this is the outline of the current direction. To cost reduction is the key to realize the hydrogen society. And our current target is $3 per kilogram for 2030 and $2 in 2050. Okay. Now, to achieve their goal, we need to develop or expand hydrogen demand. Our final goal is 20 million tons by 2050. So we set several actions from the hydrogen production, in transportation, the utilization, etc., etc. Yes, the hydrogen area is very wide. No, not all. I cannot say that one single priority area. Every technology should be promoted to realize our final goal. Right. So this figure shows our current hydrogen policy, namely the basic hydrogen strategy. It's our future vision and action plan toward 2030. And for action plan meaning set several number targets, such as number of fuel cell vehicle, hydrogen filling station, the stationary fuel cell, etc., etc. But this strategy it's based on our previous target. And we may revise this hydrogen strategy in this year according to our current new policy, carbon neutrality by 2050 in this year. Okay, next I would like to talk about current situation, current market situation in Japan. Now, just the hydrogen market just started in Japan. Fuel cell application market just started in Japan. Our first fuel cell product to launch almost 10 years ago, 2009, which is a residential fuel cell, or we called AnyFarm. It's a stationary fuel cell for the households. Now we already have the 400,000 units installed in Japan household. We try to enhance to the 5.3 million in 10 years. For mobility sectors, yes, as you know, the Toyota to start to sell their Japan's first commercial fuel cell vehicle. Now the number of the fuel cell vehicle reach over the 5,000, just behind the United States, unfortunately. And we also have the fuel cell dominant bus. This contains a 200 kilowatt to fuel cell stack, and the 700 volt hydrogen storage. It's already have the 100 fuel cell bus in regular operation, mainly in the city of Tokyo. Tokyo have the almost 80 fuel cell bus running in Tokyo area. The hydrogen filling station is the key for disseminated fuel cell application. Now we have over 160 public station in operation. Okay. Next, I will talk about our current R&D activities. NEDO is a kind of founding agency under the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry to promote national R&D project. And we conducted several R&D projects from the basic research, applied research, demonstration, and hydrogen production, storage, and utilization, including fuel cell application. Yes, and the fuel cell need to improve its technology. We conducted several R&D projects, But recently, we focus on how to enhance the hydrogen, how to integrate hydrogen into the energy systems. We believe that one of the key to develop the hydrogen demand is hydrogen fueled gas turbine systems. We conducted a small scale and a large scale hydrogen gas turbine system. This is one of our small scale hydrogen demonstration project. And this, I think, supposedly this is the first demonstration landing in a city area. Hydrogen gas turbine landing in the city area. We provide the heat and the power surrounding the area using the hydrogen and natural gas fuel systems. And we can change the percentage flexible, but in this time, we already succeed to 100% hydrogen operation with a low NOx emission. Okay. We, Japan, need a lot of energy. So in the future, we somehow import hydrogen outside Japan, not only to produce the inside Japan. And the challenge is how to concentrate hydrogen for long distance transportation. We now conducting a two-type hydrogen carrier. One is organic chemical hydrate, other one is liquefied hydrogen. This figure showed our current ongoing project for liquefied hydrogen long distance transport. We already developed the equipment, which including the world first small hydrogen tanker, hydrogen handling equipment at the port. The demonstration may start late of this year, but in the future we expand the size of this demonstration. Okay, and the power gas is a key technology for developing the low carbon energy system, which is integrate renewable and hydrogen. Okay, and water electrolysis, that's a key device for power gas. Yes, so we started the power gas project around 2015 from the small size, but currently we conducting the megawatt scale power gas project. The size is very much important. We now try to develop the two types of electrolysis. One is alkali electrolysis. The size is 10 megawatt. We can produce the 2,000 normal cubic meter hydrogen per hour, developed by the Asahi KASA Corporation. And the other one is PEM electrolysis. It's a brand new technology. It's brand new technology, meaning the hydrocarbon membrane technology inside the PEM water electrolysis developed by the Hitachi Zosen Corporation. Well, this demonstration just started this year, last year. We continue to this demonstration project to secure the reliability of the systems, also to improve its technology. So let me conclude my presentation. Yes, Japanese government strongly promoting hydrogen. We believe that hydrogen is not only solution, but a very important solution for the carbon neutral. We try clear the future vision, the direction. And just started the market penetration, and we need to enhance the application, not only fuel cell vehicle, but the fuel cell truck, fuel cell bus, and the fuel cell maritime applications, etc. We continue to invest data around the technology, including the field tests. So our goal is to develop the low carbon energy system. The key challenge is the scaling up or integration with the other energy system. Now, lastly, I will talk about the importance of international cooperation. Yes, only one country cannot do the hydrogen society or low carbon society. We need to promote to develop the momentum to accelerate this activity. So I suppose I need to this to IGEM, that's a key for the international collaboration. And thank you very much for your attention.
Gary, we can't hear you.
I know, apologies. Thank you very much, Mr. We'll go to our next presenter this afternoon. Professor Christopher Hebling is the Director of the Division for Hydrogen Technologies and Co-Director of the Division Energy Technologies and Systems at the Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Systems. He received his degree in physics in 1991 and a doctoral degree also in physics in 1998. He has been Vice President and member of the Executive Committee of the German Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association, DWW. He's also been CEO for the Roundtable Clean Hydrogen in Industrial Applications of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, the EU Commission. Also an expert of the Executive Committee of the Technology Collaboration Program for Research and Development on the production and utilization of hydrogen for the International Energy Agency, or IEA. So presenting on Germany's hydrogen strategy, Professor Hebling, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gary. And also thanks you to all of you for the honor to having me today. I'm Christopher Hebling with the Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Research. I would like to quickly start with a word about Fraunhofer. This is the largest organization for applied research in Europe. We're close to 30,000 researchers, both engineers and scientists. And our mission is to bring knowledge into the market. We have an annual budget. Left to see MP3 LED from the 90s, but now on the very left side you see hydrogen technologies is very key for Fraunhofer, because we consider all kinds of hydrogen technologies as very essential for the transformation of the energy system on a global scale. So therefore we started a Fraunhofer network, and up to now nearly half of all Fraunhofer institutes became member. So 32 institutes covering all aspects from very fundamental materials research to all kinds of system integration, system modeling, safety and life cycle analysis, that's all included. So we consider at Fraunhofer hydrogen as being very key for our future. So why is hydrogen so important? Ohiro-san also mentioned the major drivers is the global commitment to the defossilization of our energy economy. Nearly all of the states have ratified the Paris Agreement. And if you add up the commitments from the states, nearly 100 billion come together. So it's a global movement. It's not a regional idea. Really, many states have come together. If you add private investment, it adds up to like $300 billion, which are committed to hydrogen in the next decade. Important in Germany is that we 3 months ago, we had a Federal Constitutional Court judgment against the Federal Climate Change Act of Germany, which already was quite ambitious, I would say. But you see here in the lower sentence that one generation must not be allowed to consume large portions of the CO2 budget while bearing a relatively minor share of the reduction effort, if this would involve leaving the subsequent generations with a drastic reduction burden and expose their lives to comprehensive losses of freedom. So this is a paradigm shift in Germany, because it's not allowed for the generation like my generation to consume the CO2 and cut down the level of freedom of the next generation of our kids. And 2 weeks later, the German parliament decided to be climate neutral in 2045. instead of 2050. So it had an immediate response from politics. It's nearly panicking in a way. I mean, we have elections in 3 months. That might be a difference, but so a federal court can make a huge difference, and this is what I want to show. So the backbone of our future, of course, is renewables, solar, wind, hydro, and bioenergy. And we're in the lucky position, I must say, as a global community, that the costs have come down to an extent that both wind and solar are the cheapest source of electricity globally. PV is on the order of 1 cent per kilowatt hour in sun-rich regions. Wind has become under 2 cents per kilowatt hour levelized cost of electricity. 1.99 is, to my knowledge, the cheapest power purchase agreement. And with PV, it's 1.08, the latest. So this is our, we're lucky to have this technology, so we can make the difference with that. So what happened recently, many regions and states have written all kinds of R&D programs, vision documents, roadmap papers, and national strategies. The first I can say was Japan in 2017, and about 35 followed ever since. Also, Europe has added its Fit for 55, which is a European Green Deal part, which was released last year. And Europe is trying to do also the regulatory framework by means of progressive carbon pricing. You see below the emission trading system, energy taxation directive, or carbon contracts for difference. So these are measures to fill the gap between the fossil energy carrier world to the new renewable energy carriers. And it seems to be, I mean, it's starting to become effective, but we're still far away from having the fossil parity from fossil energy carriers to renewables. So this is, I like to add all the papers, the roadmaps, and if you read at least the executive summaries, and you see, of course, most of them are addressing the climate change issue, but it's still very broad. It has a lot to do with economic growth, making products for the hydrogen economy, and also clean air in the cities. I mean, there are many, many drivers. So therefore, if you put all the, at the moment, 35 roadmaps on top of each other, it's pretty big. So that makes it very robust. It's not just one driver. It has many, many aspects, the whole hydrogen economy. Europe has, as I said, formulated the Green Deal last year with also strong commitments. So in 24, which is in 2.5 years, in the next 5 years, towards the end of this decade, it should be about 40 gigawatt electrolyzers installed in Europe, which accounts for like 10 million tons of renewable hydrogen, plus another 40 gigawatt outside of Europe, like Ukraine or Northern Africa. So these are the targets, quite ambitious, because we're by far not yet in the gigawatt scale of electrolyzers. Germany has started its thinking about a hydrogen roadmap in June 2019, where the Chancellor Merkel, she has a roundtable called Innovation Dialogue, where 5 ministers are gathered with the leading CEOs from leading companies like Siemens or others, and also OEMs from the car industry. She's meeting like twice a year, and all of those you see here are advising. Also the 2 presidents from Fraunhofer and Max Planck are part of this round. And this round said, we need a hydrogen strategy. So it took a year to formulate it. So in June last year, the National Hydrogen Strategy of Germany was released. We at Fraunhofer were able to contribute somehow. So the focus of the National Hydrogen Strategy is green hydrogen, and to make it, to scale it up towards industrial scale in order to bring the cost down, as Ohira said. This is the biggest target, bring down the cost, but also bring the hydrogen application into the industry and transport sector, develop the respective infrastructure, and also intensify the hydrogen research and development, and also to consider, this was mentioned as well, the international dimension. No state alone can make a difference, can make an impact. We have to create and generate hydrogen somewhere and transport it with whatever we have and use it in the energy intense industries and transport sector. So this is all formulated in the national strategy. Also, the government founded a so-called National Hydrogen Council in July last year in order to consult and as an independent bipartisan advisory board to the government. About 25 CEOs and presidents are gathered in this council. And several position papers were written already. So what you see here on the screen, this is the Minister of the Chancellery, and Katharina Reicher, she's the President of the National Hydrogen Council. The Council asked us as Fraunhofer to do a meta study, hydrogen, for the Council, because even if you're a CEO, you don't know everything. So they asked us to put all this all the documents on top of each other, and also to try to determine the demand range for hydrogen and synthesis products for both Europe and Germany. So thousands of pages we read and put on top of each other, as I said. And so we did like 150 slides like this one. Of course, I can't go into details with all of that, but what you see here is the Explain 2050. So these are the statements of all the big studies we have in Germany. They're all system studies. That's important to know. They cover the whole system of Germany, energy system, and not just sectors, because we have 10 times more studies for chemistry, for transportation, for steel, and so on. Just to give you a rough idea, so if you look somehow in the middle, so it's between 500 and 1,000 terawatt hours of both hydrogen and synthesis products, which are expected from all studies in 2050. So that's a huge market, which is waiting to be conquered. So that's important to know that even if you have a preference, efficiency first, or if you're a fan of hydrogen products, so it's somehow between 500 and 1,000 terawatt hours. This is Germany alone. Also, the Ministry for Research has a program where 700 million are spent. So this has started already. 3 major lines. The H2 Giga is supporting the production of electrolyzers. H2 Mare, the production of hydrogen and Power-to-X products offshore. And TransHy.de is focusing on the transport infrastructure of both hydrogen and hydrogen products. As I said, 700 million, they are all dedicated. These are running projects at the moment. Also, we have the IPCEI, important projects of common European interest. Germany is spending additional 8 billion for such projects which have an European appearance and impact. So this is the 8 billion as part of, that's only the German contribution, so to speak, of the European projects of common European interests. And again, it's about production, infrastructure and usage in industry and mobility. Germany, we're somehow on the order of 100 gas stations, so that's a good and bad news. It could be more, but for an owner of a Mirai or a Hyundai Nexo, so yeah, this is good enough to come from A to B and get refueled wherever you want. So we are ramping up also in the transportation sector, but it's clear that there is a friendly competition between industries such as steel production with the transport sector, because with steel you can also reduce carbon emissions dramatically. 7% of our CO2 emissions stem from steel in Germany. And so if you tackle that, you have a large impact on a short time scale. Also, a quick note about the infrastructure. This is our pipeline network in Europe. It's very dense, it's old, up to 100 years. Most of the products come through the port of Rotterdam, which is the biggest port in Europe. 13% of the energy services come through Rotterdam and are being distributed in Europe. And these are the plans for a pure hydrogen pipeline network, the so-called European hydrogen backbone, which should add up to 23,000 kilometer pipelines until 2040. The latest number even sums up to 40,000 kilometers of hydrogen pipelines. So this is quite significant, and like 3/4 of the pipelines can be rededicated from existing pipelines. They don't have to be new. Old pipelines can be used. So this is the key question, which was raised by Ohira-san already, the cost. So the levelized cost of hydrogen, of course, it's a mixture of the capex, so the investment upfront and the electricity cost. And so the cheaper your electricity, the less dominant capex cost would be, and vice versa. So if electricity is expensive, then it doesn't play a role if the investment, I mean, you try to do your best in bringing down the cost of capex, but electricity by far is the dominant driver. So we do all kinds of, also in my division here at ESA, all kinds of modelings of the costs worldwide. How much can you come down with their capex cost, the kilogram cost? Of course, it's a function of your full load hours at your site. So with this, I would like to close. The key message is that our new energy system will be totally different. We'll switch off in Germany all our nuclear power stations next year. We still have 7 out of 17, and they will be switched off forever. So we will have a volatile energy system, and we of course need all flexibility options to still make it stable, but we are on the order of like 50% of green electrons in our network, and it's still no outage is seen. And I want to skip all the rest in between, but I want to focus on the last bullet points, that international, both research cooperations as well as energy partnerships are key and a prerequisite for a faster progress, because together and to work together the hydrogen. Thank you very much again to all of you who for having me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Professor Hebling. It's been a very informative and very fascinating listen to you explain and share about the situation with hydrogen in Germany. Very, very exciting indeed. Let's go to the next speaker then. Our next speaker is Mr. Sung Bok Kim. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Korean Hydrogen Convergence Alliance, or H2 Korea. He obtained a Bachelor of Arts in Law from Korea National Open University in 1992. His Master of Arts in Business Management from Changwon National University in 2001, and a Master of Science in Information Technology from Carnegie Mellon University in 2009. Once again, please welcome Mr. Sung Bok Kim, and his presentation is entitled "The Korea Hydrogen Roadmap." Mr. Sung.
Good morning, good afternoon and evening. My name is Sung Bok Kim, CEO of H2 Korea. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to all distinguished guests for your active interest in the hydrogen economy and participation today. I'm very pleased to introduce Korean Hydrogen Roadmap and current status of Korean hydrogen economy. For those of you who are not familiar about us yet, I would like to take some time to introduce H2 Korea. East Korea is a public-private consultative body established to support early transition to a hydrogen economy. We are carrying out various tasks that with the Korean hydrogen economy. In January 2019, the Korean government announced the hydrogen economy roadmap, and the world's first hydrogen law was enacted in February last year to realize hydrogen economy in Korea. In July, the Hydrogen Economy Committee was launched to discuss and establish the hydrogen policies. Recently, the third Hydrogen Economy Committee was held to discuss way of expanding hydrogen infrastructure and boosting private investment. From now on, I will tell you more details of the hydrogen roadmap. Under the vision of becoming a world leader of the hydrogen economy, the government presented its development strategies and targets across the entire hydrogen value chain. Korea also established a long-term and specific plan and presented a clear direction for the implementation of the hydrogen economy. In 2018, there were 14 units of HRS and 1,800 units of FCV supplied. These figures are expected to expand to 1,200 HRS and 6.2 million units in 2040, respectively. To foster the transition to hydrogen economy, the Hydrogen Act was enacted in February last year and came into effect this February. Ultimately, to achieve the hydrogen economy, the Act has enabled us to establish a very much organized system and a legal basis to foster private sector. Korea has now secured the sustainability of the hydrogen policies by enacting the Hydrogen Act. In July last year, the Hydrogen Economy Committee was launched. The first Hydrogen Economy Committee discussed government plans to foster hydrogen industry as well as establishment of overseas hydrogen supply chain. The second Hydrogen Economy Committee announced a plan to introduce the mandatory clean hydrogen power generation system. The third Hydrogen Economy Committee presented the government's policy to support private investment plan. During the first committee, the government designated 3 dedicated agencies to promote hydrogen economy. East Korea is for a hydrogen industry promotion, KOGAS for a hydrogen distribution, and lastly, KGS for a hydrogen safety. Under the vision to realize the hydrogen economy in Korea, related ministries are allocating more budgets on it. The total budget of the ministries allocated for hydrogen sector was about 180 billion won in 2019, 525 billion won in 2020, and reached 754 billion won in 2021, which has been fourfolded between 2019 and 2021. Local governments are also promoting specialized projects such as a hydrogen pilot city, production cluster, R&D specialized city, FCV cluster. By 2030, we assure you can experience the hydrogen economy in your daily life following the efforts. Under the clear and long-term signals by government on hydrogen, private sector also actively jump into the hydrogen industries. In the third round of Hydrogen Economy Committee, conglomerates such as SK and POSCO, and also numerous SMEs announced 43 trillion won scale investment plan by 2030. Throughout the whole value chain of the hydrogen industries, a lot of companies are trying hard to have their portions. Still, the utilization field seems dominant. However, there are numerous R&D and also ongoing demonstration projects which will expand and innovate the hydrogen industries. So we are expecting more and more players from various areas will participate in soon. Indeed, we are already seeing tangible outcomes thanks to joint effort of the public and private sector. There was significant achievement made in the field of utilization. For instance, 15,119 units of FCVs have been supplied, and 88 hydrogen refueling stations have been deployed. Furthermore, the capacity of fuel cell power generation exceeded 650 megawatts as of June this year. Compared to when the roadmap was announced, there are a lot more players entering the hydrogen market. So various applications using hydrogen as a fuel will emerge. Research is continuing to introduce hydrogen as a new fuel in a variety of mobility applications beyond passenger and commercial vehicles, including drones, trams, and ships. In addition, as the private companies are trying to use hydrogen as an industrial feedstock, such as power generation, steel, and cement, Korea is playing to meet the quantity by establishing global hydrogen supply chain. To meet the growing demand of hydrogen, the Clean Hydrogen Overseas Business Group was launched in June last year to import hydrogen abroad, involving more than 30 companies and institutions. This project will be initiated with a basic feasibility study, which is scheduled to be completed within this year. As a second step, we are planning to carry out demonstration project over the next 4 to 5 years. In the final commercialization stage, we realize the supply chain once the large scale and private-led demonstration projects are completed. We expect that 15 stable overseas clean hydrogen supply chains will be established by 2040 and 50 by 2050. In addition to establishment of the global supply chain, we will also restructure the roadmap announced in 2019 to meet our carbon neutrality target. First of all, we are planning to gradually expand the capacity of electrolyzers targeting 100 megawatt to ultimately produce green and blue hydrogen domestically and import from overseas. Secondly, the government will establish a distribution plan which is suitable to supply the large amount of liquefied hydrogen to large cities. Thirdly, we will further expand the utilization sector from fuel cell power generation to feedstock for industries. In addition, we will consider the introduction of the clean hydrogen certification system and the mandatory use of the clean hydrogen portfolio standard. That was all I want to share with you today. Thank you for your attention.
Gabby, you can start now.
Okay. It was the recorded presentation by Mr. Sung Bok Kim of Korea. Next up, we have from the UK, Mr. Kevin Liu. He's the head of the Energy in Asia Pacific Scottish Development International. He heads up the energy team in Asia Pacific for Scottish Development International. And the energy team for the Asia Pacific Scottish Development International, or SDI, the overseas arm of the Scottish enterprise, Scotland's Economic Development Agency. So he's based at the British Embassy in Beijing, and Kevin heads a team of trade specialists covering India, China, Malaysia, and Singapore, who are driving the internationalization of Scottish expertise in oil and gas, subsea engineering, and of course, renewable energy. Welcome, Mr. Kevin Liu. You have the floor, the presentation, UK Hydrogen Strategy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Gary. And you've done my introduction for me. And in fact, Professor Hebling's presentation was a nice segue into the UK's hydrogen strategy, having seen those two dotted lines for future pipelines taking hydrogen from continental Europe into the UK. So that's great. By way of a bit more background, as Gary said, SDI is the Scottish Government's international agency, and we have about 100 people around the world based in British diplomatic missions. We currently have one colleague representing us in Malaysia, and his name is Sridharan Savapathy, who's based at the British High Commission in Kuala Lumpur, specializing in energy issues. And our mission is quite simple, really. We're here to support Scottish companies to trade and compete globally, and also to attract quality investment into Scotland. And it's always great to say that there is already very strong energy links between Scotland and Malaysia, with a very large Scottish expatriate community, primarily working in Malaysia's oil and gas industry, but increasingly also pivoting towards low carbon work. And we're very keen to build upon those very strong links. Now, I know the title of the presentation is on the UK's hydrogen strategy, but given my own position within the Scottish government system, but also to demonstrate some of the leading projects taking place, most of which are in fact in Scotland, both funded by the UK government as well as the Scottish Devolved Administration. The rest of this presentation will largely focus on Scotland, both our experience, but also some of our vision going forward. So first up, you can see here in front of you, hopefully anyway, that this is our hydrogen roadmap. And I would certainly agree with the previous speakers in arguing for not only a prominent role for hydrogen in helping us to meet our net zero targets, which for Scotland is 2045, 5 years ahead of the UK target of 2050, but more importantly, for there to be a whole systems approach to adopting hydrogen in our decarbonisation strategy. And for us, this starts now with primarily large-scale blue hydrogen production, but then increasingly also to scale up our capabilities in green hydrogen production. Now, because of the way that the energy system works in Scotland, we are a small nation of 5.5 million people, but quite a sparsely populated nation with a large concentration of people down in the southern central belt around Glasgow and Edinburgh, but a very sparsely populated area to the north, across the Highlands, but also our many islands and remote coastal areas. We need to be thinking about that whole system approach. And this is when hydrogen becomes extremely useful in helping us to realize that vision. So by whole systems, we simply mean three things, and this is a key part of our energy strategy. There's electricity, heat, and also transportation. And I'll go into each of these in a little bit more detail. Now, in terms of our electricity target, we are actually doing fairly well. We've been trying to target for 100% electricity generation from renewable sources by 2019. We weren't able to meet that target, not entirely anyway, and 2020, because of COVID, has disrupted those ambitions a little bit more. But we're very proud to say that we're generating over 99% of our electricity from renewable sources at the moment. This graph is slightly out of date, but it's still largely representative of the proportional input from various renewable sources. So it's about 55% onshore wind, 10% offshore wind, and that's rapidly increasing, about 16% hydro, and the rest made up of tidal energy, and solar. And of course, Scotland is not exactly blessed with the sun most of the time. So solar for us is more of a community energy play rather than something that offers grid level electricity around the clock. And it's important to mention that Scotland has very strong offshore wind ambitions. We've recently just closed our first Scottish round for offshore wind leasing. That's the ScotWind leasing round. And we received 74 bids from both domestic as well as international developers. And we're looking at increasing our current offshore wind capacity of 10 gigawatts up to 20 gigawatts by 2030. So adding another 10 gigawatts or so over the next decade. And we are very well primed to deliver on that target, having about 25% of all of Europe's offshore wind resources concentrated in the maritime areas around Scotland. And I guess the Scottish offshore wind experience isn't directly translatable to the Malaysian context, but I think on the topic of trying to scale up our green hydrogen production, it is still relevant in terms of making the best use of local low carbon energy sources to make green hydrogen. And the chart you have in front of you is our hydrogen policy to be realized over the next 9 years or so. And a lot of it is driven by some of the surplus electricity we're able to generate from offshore wind, but also onshore wind will play a massive role as well. And I think this graph gives you a decent idea of where we want to take hydrogen going forward, not just in terms of hydrogen production through electrolyzers, but also for various very diverse end user applications into transportation to be used as a fuel, potential oxygen for the domestic market, particularly for the medical market, housing in terms of heat, and that's domestic heat and also hot water, and eventually to build an international export market, although I think all of us are still trying to work out what the best way of transporting hydrogen in a cost-effective but also safe manner would be, whether that's liquefied or through ammonia. I guess that remains to be seen, but it's also an important reason why we are having this conversation and why it's so important for us to be having this meeting to talk about international collaboration in this very important area. But I mentioned that the immediate priority over the next decade is to scale up our blue hydrogen production. And like Malaysia, Scotland has an oil and gas industry to be extremely proud of. And we are leveraging a lot of the experience that we have gained from offshore and onshore oil and gas development into large-scale CCS as well as hydrogen production from natural gas. So you see here in front of you something called the ACORN project, which is actually two projects. It's both carbon capture and storage, and it's also hydrogen. On the carbon capture and storage side, we are treating natural gas coming to the shore at St. Fergus up in the northeast coast of Scotland, and separating that into carbon and carbon dioxide and hydrogen, with the carbon dioxide to be then stored in a depleted offshore gas field just to the east of the Scottish northeast coast. And that would be a large-scale storage facility about 2.5 kilometers underground, and that will help us offset about 400,000 tons of carbon every year. So it's a significant step towards large-scale carbon storage. And I suppose there will be more research and innovation going into the utilization aspect of carbon dioxide for various end-user applications, whether in food and drink, cosmetics, steel making, and the making of other industrial products. But at this stage, this is mostly a capture and storage project. The other aspect of ACORN is then the hydrogen piece, and that is looking at initially pumping about 2% of hydrogen into the Scottish gas network, and then gradually increasing that to 10% and then 20% over the next 2 decades. And that will significantly reduce the amount of fossil fuels that we consumed in order to heat our homes, but also to drive our various industrial manufacturing facilities, particularly down in the south of Scotland around the Central Belt, where there's a large concentration of food and drink manufacturers, refineries, petrochemicals facilities, but also pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities. So that is an area around Grangemouth, which is also home to Scotland's only refinery. So that would be a big step for urbanizing industry. And the heat element is extremely important because currently still around 85% of UK heating is still driven by gas, provided for by gas, and non-electrical heat remains a big challenge for us, both technologically but also financially. And we want to see electrical heat as well as hydrogen-fueled heat to increase over the next 2 decades or so in order to help us meet our 2045 net zero pledge. And in terms of transportation, we currently have a fleet of 65 hydrogen vehicles in Aberdeen City. And this, and this ranges from buses to refuse trucks and also smaller vehicles, but is largely focused on heavy duty vehicles for the time being. And the size of the fleet is really all relative to the population. Aberdeen has a standard population of about 500,000, if that. So this is a good sized fleet for us, whereas, of course, larger urban centres will require larger fleets. But it's important to note here that hydrogen vehicle is already a proven technology. It takes about 10 to 12 minutes or so to fill up the hydrogen bus in Aberdeen at the moment. And that represents a significant step change from previous technologies, but also from electric buses that obviously take many, many more hours to charge up. And these buses, sorry to go back to the last slide, these buses represent a significant carbon saving as well. Each of these will help us save about 80 tons of carbon every year. And so when you tally up that total, it's a significant saving of about 1% from the current fleet alone across Aberdeen. And then finally, onto the heat networks. As I said, this is both for domestic heating as well as hot water. We're currently trialing different ways of taking green hydrogen into our homes. And the example you're seeing in front of you, run by SGN, which is our main gas network operator and supported by Arup and Kiwa, is to try and produce green hydrogen from offshore wind, take that into an off-grid location initially with 300 homes taking hydrogen fuel, and a lot of the appliances, the domestic appliances such as the boilers, for instance, and the meters would need to be either installed or retrofitted. And I think there's a significant market opportunity for hydrogen appliances going forward as well, if we really want to make the best use of this important energy source in domestic settings. So with that, I would just like to conclude by saying we are here to work with our Malaysian and rest of Southeast Asian stakeholders and partners on making hydrogen a reality for us all. And we very much welcome your inputs and guidance and your ideas on how we can work together more collaboratively going forwards. And I'll just put up here the contact details for myself, but also Shri, who I just mentioned, who represents us in Malaysia. Thank you very much, and I'll hand back to you, Gary.
Thank you so much, Kevin Liu. Also very interesting that you've got some islands off the Scottish coast that powered exclusively by hydrogen. It's all looks extremely fascinating, and particularly from this part of the world. Let's move ahead now. Our final speaker for today is Mr. Chin Shibao. Mr. Chin is the general manager of SPIC Shanghai branch and manages international business operations and international project. He has an additional role as the president of the board of directors of the SPIC Energy Malaysia Berhad. Mr. Chin's presentation is recorded, I believe, and we shall play it for you now.
SPIC's overseas renewable energy investment and development proposal. Profile of State Power Investment Corporation Limited. State Power Investment Group Corporation Limited was established in May 2015. It was reorganized and formed by the former China Power Investment Group Corporation and State Nuclear Power Technology Corporation Limited. It is an important state-owned backbone enterprise directly managed by the central government, a major responsibility for ensuring national energy security. It has all types of power generation, including nuclear power, thermal power, hydropower, wind power, and photovoltaic power generation. Its business scope covers 45 countries. Total capacities is 155 gigawatt. Total assets is 172.8 billion US dollar. The share of clean energy in total installed capacity is 55%. The carbon dioxide emission intensity is 490 grams per kilowatt hours. It is Fortune 500 company in the world and the world's largest photovoltaic power generation companies. The international credit rating from S&P, Moody's, and Fitch is A grade. The main business, including power-related segments, integration of coal, electricity, aluminum, railway, and part, and industrial finance, and 3N initiative. 3N including new industrials, new business, and new models. The corporate features. We have the most complete generation sources, and our clean energy accounts for a large proportion, which is 51%. We have outstanding innovation ability. We have 3 national science and technology major projects, 4 research institutes, 7 industrial innovation centers, 9 internal and external academicians. Our international business is developing steadily. And the world-class strategy 2035. In order to implement my country's energy transition and development strategy, centering on the goal of cultivating world-class enterprises with global competitiveness, proposed by the 19th National Congress of the Communist Parties of China. SPIC deeply integrated the national energy development strategy and formulated the 2035 first-class strategy facing the new era. As I said before, our installed capacity of clean energy accounts is 51%. The installed capacity of PV is 21,230 megawatt. The wind power installed capacity is 19,615 megawatt. The hydropower installed capacity is 24,010 megawatt. The large-scale wind power developing offshore wind power to high standards with an installed capacity of 19.65 gigawatt, the third largest in the world as of April 2020. SPIC owns 215 wind farms across 23 Chinese provinces, cities, regions, and 3 countries overseas. 5 subsidiaries have an installed wind power capacity exceeding 1 gigawatt. Offshore wind power development is taking shape. Binhai H1 project in Jiangsu province won the first National Quality Engineering Gold Award in the wind power industry. The hydropower development. 194 hydropower plants, HPPS, 416 units with a total installed capacity of 24.1 gigawatts as of April 2020, across 13 Chinese provinces, cities, regions, and 4 countries beyond the broad. 5 subsidiaries with an installed hydropower capacity beyond 1 gigawatt. Ulaanbaatar, based in Inner Mongolia, the 6 gigawatt wind power based in Ulaanbaatar is the world's largest single onshore wind power project, with great parities achievable. It can reduce carbon dioxide emission by 16 million tons of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei every year. The Hainan and Haixing prefectures, based in Qinghai province, Hainan prefectures, based in the world's first largest 10 gigawatt class hydro PV wind hybrid demonstration projects, and Ganzi prefecture, based in Sichuan province, with 13 gigawatts installed capacity. The Ganzi prefectures, based ensure the power demand of Sichuan and other provinces. The 3N, new industrials, new business, and new models, integrated smart energy, providing manual-based service to meet users' demands for electricity, heat, cooling, and others, or combined demands, selecting appropriate technical routes on the source, grid, load, and storage sides, and providing a customized integrated energy supply plan according to the site's resources and demand and users' energy consumption features, selecting appropriate business models to maximize the interest of users, achieving the smart synergy between energy supply links through integrated smart energy control and service center. Integrated smart energy demonstration project. Considering the position of Shanghai for sure as the world-class new business district, SPIC adopts the multiple energy supply plan covering its natural gas, CCHP, electric cooling, heat pump, and energy storage systems to provide electricity cooling and heating service for 2.17 million square meters of buildings in the area, showcases advantages in high energy efficiency, cleanness, environmental protection, safety, peak shaving, and economic benefits. The hydrogen energy and energy storage. The successful test flight of hydrogen-powered drone developed through a joint research project between SPIC and COMAC, which is a good start for the hydrogen energy industry. Test run of vehicle power by the self-development 16 kilowatt hydrogen fuel cell is a breakthrough in the application of energy storage technology. SPIC initiated a national circular economy demonstration project in Hulinguola region in the east of Inner Mongolia to establish a CE industrial cluster with coordinated development of such industrials as coal, electricity, heat, aluminum, railway, and port, and explore new models for green development and large-scale wind power consumption. The industrial finance. With 44.7 billion US dollar of assets under management, SPIC's financial business presents a favorable development momentum. SPIC has initiated the establishment of the China-Russian Region Development Investment Fund and led the establishment of sub-fund for energy and power programs to focus on the energy industry, with intent investment of over 10 billion RMB. The 14.8 billion US dollar financial assets focus on SPS's main business, industrials, and clean energy, complemented by green finance service. And SPSA proposes lessons for all financial business except banking, securities, and insurance. We can see the international development overview. Assets in operation is 5.21 gigawatt. Assets under construction, 1.47 gigawatt. Share of clean energy, 65%. The international development in Asia. We have 1,996 megawatt assets in operation, 1,468 megawatt assets under construction. And in Europe and Africa, we have 207 megawatt assets in operation. In Oceania and Latin America, we have 3,005 megawatt assets in operation. And the progress of hydrogen energy company. From autonomy to progressiveness. The fuel cell and system development. The master the key technology and parts production process of hydrogen fuel cell stack and realize materials level 4 autonomy. The autonomous fuel cell system passes the forced inspection to realize on-board operation. The progress of hydrogen energy company. We can see an air cooling system for UAV fuel cell stack, the water cooling system for vehicle fuel cell stack, and the air cooling system for UAV hydrogen power system, and water cooling system for vehicle hydrogen power system. Fuel cell and system production. In Beijing and Ningbo, pellet production lines for membrane electrode, bipolar plate, and stack assembly have been built, with an annual production capacity of 1,000 sets, and engineering production has been realized. We can see the example of application of fuel cell and system production, the Cixi project in Ningbo, the Bao'an project, and the COMAC UAV project. Cases of renewable energy project. Roof solar project performance. Yuanqu Roof Solar Project, which is located in the industrial park of Yuanqu County, Yuncheng City, Shanxi Province. And Yuanqu Solar Project was started on March 21, 2017, and connected to the grid on June 28, 2017. The average power generation in 3 years is 12.75 million kilowatt hours, and the average power generation is 1,000 hours. The international PV project performance. The 15 megawatt PV power generation project in Sabah, Malaysia, was started in June 2017 and successfully connected to the grid in September 2018. The project is connected to the grid substation 2.8 kilometers away from the 132 kilovolt booster station. The international PV project performance in Turkey, Adıyaman, is a 10.835 megawatt PV project, consists of 15 sub-projects, of which 9.175 megawatt is jointly invested by CPI PAK Turkish Power Station Service Corporation Limited and Dozluk, a joint venture of Morol Energy. The project started on August 17, 2017, with a construction period of 131 days. And here's 2 more international PV project performance in Malaysia. Here's a 10 megawatt large-scale solar PV plant. And here's 25 megawatts in Malaysia. In wind power project performance, here's Linchuan second wind power project has an installed capacity of 15 megawatts and 23 wind turbines with an unit capacity of 220 kilowatt. another wind power project performance in China. In Xiangning Phase 1 wind power project has 22 wind turbines with a total installed capacity of 15 megawatts. Integrated smart energy case and plan. Here's Baike Industrial Park Multi-Energy Complementary Integration Smart Energy Project. The project provides power, heating, and cooling requirements for office building and production plants of about 64,000 square meters in the park. After the project is put into operation, the problems such as insufficient transformer capacity, low intelligence degrade, poor refrigeration effect, and high energy supply cost are solved. Here's integrated smart energy project of Tianjin Zhongxin Pharmaceutical Building. And here's development integrated smart energy of Industrial Park. Thank you so much.
Mr. Gary, you may start now.
Thank you very much. So we just heard 5 presentations, 3 of which originate from the Asian region and another 2 from Europe. We thank the panelists very much for their presentations. It's been very fascinating to be able to listen to them. Before we get into the Q&A, I would like to encourage the audience out there to once again use the Q&A feature to submit your questions for any of our panelists. I believe that all our panelists are still standing by to answer questions, with the exception of the last presentation by Mr. Xin Shibao from China. So once again, if you have any questions, please put them into the Q&A box, and we will get the panelists to provide the answers for you. On to the first question in the Q&A. The first question is directed by Mr. Awanku Abdul Rahman to Professor Hebling. That question is, what is the percentage of hydrogen-based renewable energy mixed target for in Germany by 2050? And what is the main source of hydrogen? Prof. Hebling? You are muted, Prof.
This is me. Since we just did this meta study, I could throw hundreds of numbers now onto you. But the thing is, of course, if you look into the future, you have to make assumptions, and they can be driven by all electric and efficiency first. Then you would come to kind of a small amount of hydrogen in the field. All electric means all cars will, and even trucks and buses will be powered by batteries. This is one fraction also in the German government would like to see. Heating of houses is done by heat pumps. Sorry, Kevin, no hydrogen in the houses. But once again, this is one part of it. Yeah, that's one extreme, I would even say. And put all the money into efficiency measures to bring down the overall energy consumption. So if you're following this route, you come to fairly small numbers of artificial, synthetic fuels and hydrogen. But on the other hand, I'm more on the other side, so to speak, because right now, 80% of the German energy system is based on molecules. 20% is electricity. Yes, we were quite successful with defossilizing the electricity sector. As I said, every other electron is green already. But even if we are at 100%, still 80% of the energy services are powered by coal, natural gas, and oil. So this is the true challenge, so to speak. So therefore, I'm a strong follower on the idea of a global trading system of synthetic fuels. and products, energy products based on either carbon, methanol, OME, DME, and so on. Therefore, the numbers I'm more into it are, of course, a lot higher, because we do have an international trading system for fossil-based products, and they have to be renewed by synthetic fuels. And in regions where the electricity is very low, such as Australia as an example, then the products are compatible like in 10 years or so. So just to the number now, the percentage, all studies say that the energy consumption in general will go down. We have 2,500 terawatt hours in Germany. This will go down on to the order of 2,000 terawatt hours. Of course, all with a certain corridor, but roughly 20% can be saved by energy measures. And then I would, if you do an average, I would say about 20 to 25% of the 2,000 terawatt hours will be delivered by energy, by hydrogen-based products. So this is the best assumption I can give. And the main source of electricity, once again, so we're government-wise, all the subsidies are put into green hydrogen based on electrolysis. But yes, we acknowledge that there will be a phase for blue hydrogen. Germany is not blessed with all, with what Kevin has said, with all the depleted regions under the Northern Sea and stuff like that. And it will not invest into pipelines, for example, to bring CO2 to the sites. So therefore, I think blue hydrogen in Germany will not be a big development, so to speak. It will happen, especially in like Norway, which does it already, Scotland, England, offshore, so to just bring it back where you put the stuff out, like natural gas. But other than that, I see some future in turquoise hydrogen, so to do the carbon footprint out of the hydrogen production and make solid state carbon. So I think this, that's called pyrolysis. This probably has a bright future, but this is still in a very low technology readiness level. It might be really a big product in like 10 years from now.
Thank you, Professor. Might I be able to direct this same question to some of our other panelists? Because it would seem to me that Japan, Korea, and indeed Scotland might have a slightly different number as an answer, given your different circumstances. Ohira-san, would you like to take a stab at this question?
Yes, that's a good question about what percentage of the hydrogen and other energy sources. Well, as I mentioned that there's no single solution to realize carbon neutral. We need some kind of mixture to hydrogen and the other energy sources. We also think about that the hydrogen is not only the primary energy sources, which is the secondary energy sources. Mm-hmm. The hydrogen can integrate it and to renewables to such kind of the grid using the grid balancing, etc. If we use the hydrogen for the grid balancing system, I cannot how to count the hydrogen and the renewable sources. Anyway, and in Japan cases, we just talked about the future energy to policy, how much renewable, how much nuclear, etc. The current 2050 is very, very far, but no one discuss about to the 2030. And maybe hydrogen may to appear our 2030 target, but very small. And regarding the color of the hydrogen and which green and blue, and in Japan cases, and we didn't care about which color is better, green or blue. And the issue is the cost of the hydrogen and to the carbon intensity, the hydrogen. So, well, that's my answer to the question.
Yeah, same as Korea. You know, the hydrogen is not as you mentioned, Mr. Ohara, and hydrogen is not a primary energy, but we need focused on the energy mix. So before I saw the Japanese target for the hydrogen, the consume demand around 2050, around over 20 million tons, is the same as Korea. So, but as you know, Korea the lack of the or poor the renewable energy resources. So we try to focus on the mix the energy from overseas, and now we try to feasibility. We have the feasibility study within this year. So, but as well as we expanded the demand, such as I mentioned, hydrogen as an industrial feedstock. So it's dependent on how, also Korea also around 20%, something like 20% we focus on the forecast, the using of the hydrogen, but it depends on the overseas import green hydrogen. If green hydrogen cost below the around $1 by 2050, we can more increase the hydrogen demand, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. May I also direct the question to Sri? I know that you have a slightly different situation up there in Scotland, but I did note that you have a line exporting to the rest of the British Isles, both Ireland as well as in the English mainland. Will you be able to expand on this?
I'll take this question first, Gary, and then I'll need to drop off after 5, and then let Sri come in here. So I think looking at it from a capacity perspective, we're looking to build about 5 gigawatts of hydrogen capacity by 2030. And currently speaking, a production projection per gigawatt of electrolyzer is about, on average, 60,000 tons or so of hydrogen produced. And if you take what the anticipated market price for hydrogen, which is about $2 per kilowatt per kilo, and that's what we want to get down to from current levels, that gives you a market of about $120 million per gigawatt of capacity, right? So 5 gigawatts is about $600 million or so of a market size. And financially speaking, and from an investment point of view, we need to discuss whether this is enough to create an industry out of, whether project will be deemed as bankable enough. Because while we have a realistic outcome and use for hydrogen in different industrial and domestic settings, the financials behind it need to stack up. And that's what we're trying to work on at the moment. And it also depends on which type of end use application you're talking about from a pricing perspective, because if we're looking at hydrogen to replace transportation fuel, which is so petrol, which is currently very heavily taxed in the UK already, the price doesn't need to be that low for hydrogen to make financial sense as a transportation fuel. But gas is a lot cheaper, and therefore hydrogen does need to come down a lot lower in order to make financial sense. So those are the different policy questions where we're grappling with as well.
Okay. Is there anything that Sri would like to add to that, Mr. Sri? No? Okay, that's fine. We can go to our next question, also from Mr. Awanku Abdul Rahman. This one is to Mr. Ohira. And the question is, what is your opinion on solid state hydrogen to ease its transportation across countries. I assume this is about metal hydrides. I think Osaka Gas Corp has switched to hydrogen from electricity imported from Brunei. How much mass or volume do they export per year, if you know? So I'm not sure exactly how to read this question, but I think it's about hydrogen exports from Brunei. Mr. Hira?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. The first question is a hydrogen carrier. And yes, there's a potential for the solid state, not only metal hydride, but also the ammonia and aluminum and magnesium. But I suppose it, in Japan case, we are promoting the liquefied hydrogen and organic chemical hydride first to prioritize to carrier, because these are carrier technically advanced to the other carrier. And also, to liquefied hydrogen carrier has a benefit of the handling. The solid state hydrogen carrier, I suppose it's very tough to handle, especially at port, and loading and unloading system. So I suppose to liquefy the carrier sort of better to the international transportation. Well, the second question, I'm sorry, I didn't have any information about also gas to import the hydrogen from the Brunei. But in Japan, Japan's government had a plan to install or start a hydrogen power generation or hydrogen gas turbine around 2030. But I suppose it's a very small number, and not 100% hydrogen operation, but to hydrogen injection to the natural gas with for the power generation. As I say, now there's a percentage of the target of the percentage has not unveiled yet, but a very small number. So that's why, and there's no company in Japan import hydrogen now. They had a plan, but not now.
Thank you, Ohira-san. While we're at it, perhaps you'd like to get the views of the other panelists on storage. Is there a specific preference for the mode of storage, transportation of hydrogen in your particular part of the world? Can we start with Kevin, if you're still here? Oh, Mr. Sri, you want to take that? Because if not, I can pass it to Professor Hibling.
The transport sector, I mean, this is a kind of a moving target in a way. In the last decades, started from Daimler. It was always the private car sector which was highlighted, and also the 100 fueling stations are dedicated to the cars. In the meanwhile, due to the so-called merit order effect, it became clear that, I mean, all sectors which emit CO2, both energy as well as industry and transportation, are under such high pressure now because carbon pricing bring the emissions so much into a high level that many industries are struggling if they can survive with such a burden of penalties. So therefore, mostly the steel sector, but also the refineries, they need large numbers of hydrogens. Steel alone needs 2 million tons in Germany to defossilize their steel route. So therefore, it's the car sector came under pressure. Is it the wisest thing to do to put the green hydrogen into the individual mobility sector? So therefore, politics reacted and kind of that's a part of a lobbying thing, I would say. So now the truck sector, which of course can be transferred into a battery-driven sector. This will be the first transportation sector which will get the hydrogen, the green hydrogen. And this is also, according to the question before, since I'm convinced we will have a global trading system, it's always important to know which product for which market should be produced and transported through the world. And the energy intense part of the equation, of course, should be put to the site where the electricity is cheap. So therefore, I'm convinced that we will see, as Ohira said or showed in his slides, we will have a trading system for liquid hydrogen, which is not the cheapest, of course, at the beginning, but we need the liquid hydrogen for the truck sector and also for the buses, public buses. And then, of course, if we think of like the ship sector, ships need most probably ammonia or methanol-based products, synthetic products. So therefore, they will always be produced on site with both PV and wind. So we will have a market for all kinds of renewable energy carriers. And as I said, we have a big discussion on the merit order, which sector should get the green hydrogen first. Is it industry? Is it chemistry? Is it individual car owners? Because they also, I mean, of course, we are selling battery cars now, but there is a big part of the consumers which want to have the same mobility behavior. Going to the gas station and have whatever 700 kilometers of range and don't think about recharging every time. So, and for those, there should also be an offer, and the only offer can be hydrogen.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Kim,
yes.
What is it like in Korea? The preference for where the green hydrogen should be used?
Yeah, as you can see, is the Korea has a strong point, the utilization, such as the mobility. So now, but as you can see, the net zero and hydrogen can be harmonized. So it's not now. So we Korean using only the byproduct hydrogen still, but we are expected to using the green hydrogen, especially we trying to develop the offshore wind or the solar panel power. So, but still we need the demand. So we need the demand supply balance through the import clean hydrogen overseas.
Yeah. Just a follow-up question for you, Mr. Kim, and this is from Fatin Najiha. Maybe it's not a fair question, but it's been asked. And that question is, what price is Korea willing to pay for, or should Korea be willing to pay for green hydrogen imported from the rest of the ASEAN region?
This is a very tricky question.
Yeah, I know.
But, you know, but the researchers they expect under the $3 by 2050. It's they can affordable, and furthermore, you know, as I mentioned, the Korea, the industry feedstock case such as the steel making or cement, it should be under $1, I think.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for your candid response. And that's, I assume it was $3 US per kilogram, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, thank you so much. We do have a question that's been dedicated to Mr. Chin Shibao, but as I said, he's not available to ask it anymore. And this is from Noor Alisa Firdaus. I think what we'll try to do, Noor Alisa, is we'll try to get a written response from Mr. Chin and the Secretary to respond to you in written form. Yes,
just a moment. I need one more add. And recently, research we are undergoing feasibility study. Some countries willing to produce around $2 kilograms. They say.
Okay. All right. We have a question from Murray Bainbridge from the UK. I believe he's with Scottish Development International, and he's a trade specialist. The question is the use of hydrogen as a fuel within adapted internal combustion engines viable alternative to battery electric vehicles at the personal transformation level? So, in other words, what we do is comparing IC, internal combustion against fuel cell technology. Is it worth the trouble, or is it going to be so inefficient that it potentially ruins any benefit you get from using the hydrogen? Any of our panelists, please have a go. Just raise your hand and go for it.
Well, I would say it makes no sense because the efficiency is only half of a fuel cell, and it does have emissions, so both of which is unwanted. So therefore, and also the how to carry. I mean, BMW 20 years ago did all the research on cryotechnology, refueling with liquid hydrogen and using it in an internal combustion engine. And they notice it doesn't make any sense. So therefore, this is not a viable route, especially due to the fact that fuel cells are so good now. So we have all fuel cell cars which were ever on the market, and we of course do all the investigations and so on. This is a wonderful product now, and with the Nexo and the Mirai, I mean, these are outstanding products. They have an incredible power density, and the fuel consumption is really, you can bring it down to 0.55 kilogram of hydrogen on 100 kilometers. This is the record. The Mirai made 1,000 kilometers recently in France on one refueling. So therefore, what else do you want? So this is an excellent news.
Thanks so much.
I have a comment about the international combustion engine and fuel cell. Yes, I believe that fuel cell is better than the international combustion engine in efficiency. But I also added information about Toyota already developed the hydrogen combustion engine race cars in the last month, and they are now going to running test it to. Yes, they only can drive only 20 minutes and 25 minutes with one fueling. It's not efficient. But if they need power, there's a currently ICE engine is better than the fuel cell. The fuel cell is very difficult to provide in the power. I would say that it's the same question about the battery, which is better battery electric vehicle and the fuel cell vehicle. I would say that both is important because we just provide in choices. For we can provide in a choice of battery electric vehicle, fuel cell vehicle, engine, etc. It's to depend on and how to use or needs. Okay, and if you need more power, forget about efficiency, and we may choose the engines and somehow to heavy ships, etc. But we just think about we're not considering about the refueling time. Yeah, we can spend 2 hours and 3 hours for refueling time. We can choose the battery electric vehicle.
Battery, yes.
But if we need to request for just 2 minutes or 3 minutes refueling time, we may choose the fuel cell. It depends on how to use such application.
Mr. Kim Sung-bok, anything to add?
Yeah, it's very interesting. But nowadays, Korea, the industries on Korean R&D, focused on the on the developing the intermix hydrogen and gas, or hydrogen and the other material, ammonia and gas. It's a gas turbine, intermix turbine. So undergoing to develop. And it's not I think it's the strategy to the mix. I think it's not right. Basically, hydrogen is the not a concentrate, not a central energy. So we need to design how to using the hydrogen energy, which sector or which area, I think.
Okay, thank you very much for all the views. We have a question from Mr. Badrul H. It's actually written in Japanese, so I'm going to have to pass it directly to Ohira-san, because he's the only one here who can read it, I think. But in the meantime, I'd like to put a question to all the panelists. Here, this question is from Razni Abdul Razak from BMW Holding Berhad. In your opinion, is the public-private partnership model, PPP model, the best sort of implementation approach to reach a country's goals of creating a hydrogen economy? And if so, are there any major success factors? Is the PPP approach viable? And if so, what do you think are some of the key factors to make sure that ends up in success? Can I pass it to Ohira-san first?
Yes, I'm not sure which PPP is the best or not, but I would say that to contribution from the industry side and the contribution from the government side, it's required to realize a hydrogen-based society or low-carbon society. Issue is how to develop such kind of the opportunity to join the public and private entities. In Japan case, Japan Ministry of Economy to have the kind of the meeting or stakeholders meeting to develop the hydrogen roadmap. So this is a very good idea to joining develop the roadmap with public and private to get some kind of to develop roadmap with some kind of a consensus over all the stakeholders. But hydrogen world is very wide. Not only the automobile sector, but in the sector. So the issue is how to invite from the many stakeholders, many field of the stakeholders, how to enhance their to this sort of field. Okay, Hydrogen Council is a very good idea to the private sector's initiatives. Also, we have the international government sector initiatives, which is how to integrate, how to collaborate, both with the framework.
Thank you so much. What about you, Mr. Kim? Anything to add?
Yeah, it's I think that is the almost the same situation. But you know, the market or industries should consist of the harmonized policy and the market, industry, and technology. So yeah, Korea is focused on the by government. The Korean government provide the advanced policy for the hydrogen, and as well as the technology. Still, we need more progress. The technology, electrolyzer or fuel cell technology. So we our doctors and researchers focus on the research and develop, and then we need the market. So this market is not only the working by the government, but also the working by the market itself. I mean the conglomerate or small and medium enterprise. Now I already the presentation to you. They jump into it, the hydrogen industry, hydrogen markets. So in Korea now, the public and private, the organize and the come together to make market, make policy, and progress technology, I think. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Professor Hebling? Do you think the public-private approach?
Yes. Well, we need many measures, so, and PPP is one of them. Of course, there is a trade-off between the state, which state and policies has to take care of its people. Companies are focused on surviving and making money, and it has to be harmonized somehow. So governments have to set out the regulatory framework under which companies still can make money, because otherwise they won't survive.
Yes,
but yet achieving the national targets for climate protection. So this is first of all a role for the state to put enough incentives and frameworks out that the drivers of a free market still can operate, but yet being fast enough to bring down the CO2 emissions. So this is a quite complex target, I must say, and therefore PPP is a good measure, I would say. And we now have, I think the Ministry for Industry put out another 5 billion, I think, for the carbon contracts for difference to make incentives for the investors to invest into technologies which are not yet able to be profitable. So the state would cover the economic gap for a certain time, at least, so that the hydrogen, which would be imported from somewhere, mostly like Africa as an example, into Germany, which will be, of course, by factors more expensive as compared to gray hydrogen by steam reforming of natural gas. So bridging this economic gap is and will be covered by the state, because it's the interest of the state to reach the CO2 targets. So this harmonization is key, and once again, it's a matter of the merit order, with which measure, with which amount of money you can create the highest impact on a given time scale. So this is kind of the, quadruple, the circle. But PPP is, I would say, it's just one of the successful measures indeed.
Thank you so much. Anything else to add, Mr. Kim?
No.
All right. We just a quick check shows that we are rapidly coming up on the 5:30 hour, which is when we have to wind up. There's one question that has been posed here, and what I would like to do is to combine this question maybe with the closing views of each of the panelists that we have remaining here. So the question is, do the panelists believe that a globally agreed carbon floor price is necessary for the success of developing the hydrogen economy? In other words, is there a mechanism related to perhaps carbon pricing that might be necessary to accelerate the break-even price of hydrogen? If you would answer this question and then follow up with perhaps your closing views. Can we begin with Ohira-san?
Well, international hydrogen sector market, it's very difficult to mention about that. I suppose it, in the future we may discuss about in the future, but to not too early to talk about that. Because hydrogen can be produced from the various sources. Not only we can secure the hydrogen from the outside Japan. We also to secure the hydrogen inside Japan. So they are well in united markets. Yeah, it's very. So I must say that it's very difficult to answer about that. Also, the renewable sources. It's not only cost issues, but also they're talking about the energy security issues. Okay, we not only talk about cost, about how to improve the energy to self-sufficiency rate of energy in each country. Well, energy issue is not simple.
Okay.
But in the international rule is somehow very important, like regulation and code and standard, or issues are big challenges for carbon neutral, or it's a common understanding is very much important. To have a common direction is important.
Thank you, Professor Hibling.
I think first of all, what we need is security for the investors, that the big investments which are needed right now will be done. I've been in touch with many organizations, also the reinsurance companies like Re Munich and so on. I mean, they spend and do invest and de-invest billions, and they would love to invest into hydrogen technologies, even with a very low return of investment. But we have to make sure, also on a global scale, that these investments do have some return of invest, even if in 20 years. So it's not a stranded asset. Yes. Therefore, what needs to be done is, first of all, yes, carbon emissions have to become more and more expensive. That's key. And second, we need international standards as to what is green hydrogen, because there is no green hydrogen. You have low carbon hydrogen, but to which threshold is it considered as low carbon hydrogen, and as such being part of the global game, so to speak, and after beyond which threshold it's not allowed anymore, because as we all know, even from PV and wind, they all have their carbon footprint, the technologies as such. So as the best you can do at the moment is to produce 1 ton of hydrogen with 2 tons of CO2 emissions, which are sitting in the wind power plant or in the PV already, Yeah. So therefore, once again, so we need standards. Is 2 tons the threshold? Is it 3 or 4 tons? Emissions right now from natural gas, it's beyond 9 tons, which are being emitted to produce 1 ton of hydrogen. So we need, if we have global agreements as to what is allowed and what is not, then the whole investment will follow and say, okay, we will invest into those technologies. So this is about what I can say. Thank you.
Mr. Kim, are you still there? Are you
still here? Yeah.
So the carbon floor price, would you like to comment on whether the price is necessary for carbon, and then your closing remarks?
Yeah, it's already two guests say whole things, so I don't need any more add it. But it's I think it's very important to the not all the hydrogen industry, not stand alone. It's together with the carbon emission, and so I think we this is a little bit big issues, but we need to willing to pay more using the energy, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we're rapidly running out of time, so the only thing left for me to do once again is to express on behalf of IGEM and MGTC our profound thanks to the panelists. To Ohira-san, arigatou gozaimasu. To Professor Hebling, vielen Dank. And to Mr. Kim, Kamsahamnida.
Kamsahamnida.
And so don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for spending this time with us. Don't forget, tomorrow there are another 2 roundtables: strategic implementation to expedite hydrogen, demonstration of hydrogen technologies, and the day after that, another 2 roundtables: hydrogen as fuel in transportation sector and hydrogen value chain development. Do join us. We'll see you next time, and back to you, Ija Hamad.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you to the moderator, Dr. Gary, for great handling of the session. I'm actually very into the presentation as well, the provocative discussion that we have just had just now on the hydrogen economy by the speakers. So the lessons learned from Japan, Germany, and Europe as a whole, Korea, the UK, and China is very helpful in setting actually the pace for the discussion on the direction of hydrogen economy in Malaysia, hopefully. So for Malaysia, we may not be able to apply all lessons learned from Europe, Korea, Japan, China, in particular on the hydrogen production side, but we may actually apply on specific cases, for example, on the logistics, the applications that relate to us, for example, chemical feedstock, transportation, metal production, in particular on the DRI, as well as the use of electric arc furnace for smelting. So thank you again, all speakers, for their great presentations and very engaging discussions. I thank again Mr. A.G. Ohira, Prof. Christopher, Mr. Songbok Kim, Mr. Kevin Liu, and Mr. Kin Shibao. We are at the end of our second roundtable dialogue session, and this is the last for the day. We'll be having another 2 MOC, or the Memorandum of Cooperation for our exchange ceremony tomorrow, and 2 important roundtable dialogue sessions as well that will further take us through the journey of hydrogen economy from various esteemed organizations from Malaysia as well as across the globe. Hope all participants stay tuned. Have a great day, but still remain enthusiastic for the whole event until Friday. Everyone stay safe, take care, and thank you again for joining us. Thank you.